Chapter 754. A Storage Ring. This was the first time Fong Ping had obtained a storage ring. The storage jade pendant he had obtained from the king battlefield was very small, only about 1 cubic meter. He had given it to Huang Jing before, but old Huang had given it to old man Li. Feng Yexing's storage ring wasn't that big either. There was no blood contract. Fong Ping did not know if it was because he was simulating his aura or something else. In any case, he opened the storage ring directly, about 5 cubic meters. It was a rectangular space with a length and width of more than 2 meters and a height of about 1 meter. There were some messy things inside. There's only so much space. I thought that all storage rings were huge. Fong Ping fiddled with the silver ring in his hand. It exuded a quaint aura, quite a lot of life essence, almost 250 kilograms. Feng Extermination had stored up quite a lot of life essence. It seemed like he was afraid of death. It was a pity that he didn't have a chance to use it before he died. 250 kilograms of life essence was worth about 1,250 billion. There's a lot of energy fluid too. This guy is so extravagant. He doesn't even have any energy stones in his storage space. It looks like he uses energy fluid to recover and cultivate. There must be more than 1,000 kilograms here, right? Looking at the concentration of 1,000 kilograms of energy liquid, it should be about 5 times the concentration of energy stones, which was comparable to 5,000 kilograms of energy stones. It was worth 5 trillion. 1. Heavenly Golden Lotus. Damn, there's actually a whole Heavenly Golden Lotus. I've never seen a whole Heavenly Golden Lotus before. It has 8 petals and costs 160 billion. Fong Ping was a little surprised when he saw the entire Heavenly Golden Lotus in the air. He had never seen a complete Heavenly Golden Lotus before. Last time at the 100 Kings Palace, he had changed 6 petals, but they were not complete. There were 8 complete petals, 100 sunflower fruits. This should be the bribe from Monster, Sunflower City. It's worth 100 billion. Divine weapons. 5 7th-grade divine weapons, worth at least 60 billion. This is a reward for this subordinate, right? Fong Ping examined it carefully. There were not many things in the storage ring. Life essence and energy liquid were the most abundant, while the Heavenly Golden Lotus and sunflower fruit were used to increase spiritual power. Very quickly, Fong Ping discovered a treasure that could enhance the physique, the golden body fruit. A golden body fruit was worth 10 billion each, yet Feng Extermination had saved 10 of them. It looked like he was preparing to finish honing his skull and enter rank 8 as soon as possible. After searching for a while more, joy flashed in Fong Ping's eyes. A 9th-grade divine weapon. Feng Extermination actually had a 9th-grade divine weapon. Could it be that this fellow was using a 9th-grade divine weapon? Fong Ping understood now. Feng Yexing seemed to be using the rank 8 divine weapon-long halberd that he had used in the battlefield. He had not changed his divine weapon. A rank 7 using a rank 9 divine weapon did not mean that it would be more powerful. The more powerful the divine weapon, the greater the consumption. As for Ji Yao using a grade 9 divine weapon, she was rich and willful. She had a lot of grade 9 divine weapons, so no one would care if she used it for fun. A 9th grade divine weapon is worth at least 100 billion. It's a pity that it's a halberd, not a saber. But I'll get old Zhang to modify it so I can use it as well. The energy liquid was worth 5 trillion. The life essence was worth 1,250 billion. The Heavenly Golden Lotus was worth 160 billion. The sunflower fruit was worth 100 billion. The golden body fruit was worth 100 billion. The rank 9 divine weapon was worth more than 100 billion, and 5 rank 7 divine weapons were worth 60 billion, other than these items. Fong Ping also found some other scattered items. He wasn't too familiar with it, but after checking it out, it should be some treasures that could improve one's mental strength and physical body. There was an energy fruit that looked like an apple. In Fong Ping's opinion, it seemed to be slightly stronger than the heavenly golden lotus. Moreover, he could sense that energy, it might also be a treasure that could improve one's mental strength. What's this thing? It's probably worth more than the heavenly golden lotus. It should be worth 200 billion, right? Fong Ping calculated. The items in Fong Extermination's storage ring were worth at least 5 trillion and above. This did not include the storage ring and the true king's avatar. Fong Ping knew that the true king's avatar would not be valued. The few that old Zhang gave him had not been valued. As for the storage ring, it seemed like it would not be valued either. However, this was on Earth. On Earth, the value of things without transaction records would not be calculated in time. It might not be used as a reference. The storage jade pendant that Fong Ping obtained last time was not valued. However, in the catacombs, there seemed to be storage equipment transactions. Fong Ping had seen storage rings for sale in the 100 Kings Palace before. It was just that they were too expensive, almost unaffordable. How much is a storage ring with 5 cubic meters worth? Storage equipment is very expensive. Although it can't be compared to mine, it's still worth more than 100 billion. The system might have calculated it for me. After all, there are storage equipment transactions in the catacombs. Even if the storage ring was not included, Fong Ping calculated. The value was not right. Fong Extermination's items had increased his wealth by 300 million points. However, if he were to calculate it now, it would increase by at least 5 trillion. I understand now. As expected, the system doesn't give me any loopholes. Fong Ping shook his head. He understood. The last time he was in Monster Sunflower City, he got a lot of energy liquids. In the end, he gave 500 caddies to Fong Extermination and 500 caddies to Li He. Half of the 1,000 caddies of energy liquids in Fong Extermination space belonged to him. Even the big bottle was the same. In that case, if I snatch what I give away, the system won't calculate the value a second time. Fong Ping understood. This was his first time doing this. He had given many things in the past, but he had never snatched them away. For example, he had given many things to old Zhang, but he could not snatch them away. 500 caddies of energy liquids. That's 2,500 caddies of energy stones, 750 billion. If I subtract this, Fong Extermination has about 2,750 billion worth of items. The system added about 300 million points to me, which is worth 3 trillion. Then it can only be a storage ring. Fong Ping had an idea in his heart. The storage ring had added wealth points to him, and its value was about 250 billion. So expensive. If I don't calculate according to the manufacturing difficulty and only calculate according to the size of the space, then 1 cubic meter is 50 billion. Fong Ping sighed inwardly. Storage equipment was indeed expensive, not to mention that the larger the space, the harder it was to manufacture and maintain. If 1 cubic meter was 50 billion, then wouldn't his 10,000 cubic meter space be worth 500 trillion? If he wanted to expand the space himself, 1 cubic meter would only need 500 million. If I calculate according to the system's valuation, then the value of my jade pendant last time is comparable to a rank 8 divine weapon. And this storage ring is even more expensive than a rank 9 divine weapon. Its value is comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon armor. Fong Ping sighed again. Storage equipment was indeed rare. The value of an armor was usually about 2 to 3 times that of a divine weapon. The storage ring in his hand might be small, but its value was comparable to a rank 9 divine weapon armor. Even Fong Ping did not have a rank 9 divine weapon armor. I've really struck it rich this time. Once again, Fong Ping calculated his assets. 1,000 caddies of energy, liquid plus energy stones, is equivalent to 35,000 caddies of rank, 9 energy stones. There are a total of 9 petals of the heavenly golden lotus, 8 golden body fruits, 130 sunflower fruits, more than 500 caddies of life essence, 1 rank, 9 divine weapon, 5 rank, 7 divine weapons, 1 storage ring, some divine fruit, vein molding flower, 100 honing fruit, 20 lumps of 1,000 imperishable substance. Fong Ping shook his head. The total value was definitely more than 10 trillion. This trip to the catacombs was really profitable. Looking at his own data again, Fong Ping felt even more emotional. The catacombs was a real treasure trove. Wealth, 620 million points vitality, 70,400 calories, 70,480 calories, mentality, 4,099 hertz, 4,099 hertz, destruction force, 35 yuan, bones honed, 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute plus. I can't keep so many wealth points. I have to use some more. Fong Ping dared not keep so many wealth points. Very quickly, he began to condense the imperishable substance, lumps again. 1,000 yuan per lump. 10 million wealth points per lump. This time, Fong Ping made up his mind and condensed 50 lumps straight away. This time his wealth points dropped to a little more than 100 million points. There are 70 lumps of imperishable substance now. 70,000 yuan of imperishable substance. Fong Ping shook his head. He was a rank 8 4th level martial artist. His imperishable substance was only 35 yuan. Based on this calculation, the amount of imperishable substance he condensed was comparable to the sum of 2,000 upper stage rank 8 martial artists. Rank 8 martial artists, rank 8 third level martial artists, could condense about 1 yuan in a month. At peak rank 8, it would be slightly faster. They could condense about 2 yuan in a month. Fong Ping was not too sure about rank 9. However, it should not be too much. 5 yuan a month was considered too much. Desperate realms might not be too slow. At desperate realms, the speed of mentality recovery was relatively fast. Their abilities were also extremely strong. Fong Ping felt that it was possible to recover 100 yuan in a month. Even if desperate realms powerhouses recover 100 yuan of imperishable substance a month, to condense 70,000 yuan, they would need 700 months, 60 years. Fong Ping sighed even more. 60 years. Old Zhang and Li Zhen combined didn't even take 60 years to reach the peak. In other words, even if the two of them didn't use the imperishable substance to refine their bodies, they wouldn't have as much time as Yang Kai did. These newly promoted Paragon powerhouses are poor, but it's hard to say for the others. Star Town's desperate realms have been Paragon powerhouses for a long time. Even if these people use a lot of it for their own cultivation, they can still save some. Fong Ping suddenly thought of a problem. Those veteran Paragon powerhouses might have saved up a lot of imperishable substance. Of course, they needed to cultivate. Sometimes they would also fight. Once they started fighting, they would consume a lot of it. However, Star Town's Paragon powerhouses had been at least 300 years. Saving 100 yuan of imperishable substance a year was considered little. After so many years, they should have at least a few thousand yuan in assets, right? It's hard to say. These Paragon powerhouses will fight too. Once they fight, even a few thousand yuan can't afford to be consumed. Fong Ping shook his head again. For example, Warlord. In a previous battle, he killed a true king. He was also heavily injured. Not surprisingly, in order to recover quickly, Warlord might have used up a lot of the imperishable substance he had saved up. These desperate realms would not let themselves be injured for too long. So, from the looks of it, even if the desperate realms stay longer, I'm afraid they're poor. After all, The stronger they are, the more they consume. If they want to hone their bodies to become stronger, it won't do if they don't have enough imperishable substance. Fang Ping seriously doubted that even if all the desperate realms on earth were added together, would they have more imperishable substance than he had? 70,000 yuan is equivalent to a peak rank 8's cultivation for 3,000 years. Fang Ping calculated again, mumbling in his heart, most rank 8 powerhouses can't cultivate to golden body 9 refinements. It has a lot to do with imperishable substance. The gap is too big. If they rely on themselves, they might not have enough imperishable substance to cultivate until they die. But I'm different. I have so much imperishable substance. If my mentality can keep up, I can definitely cultivate to rank 8 golden body 9 refinements. Fang Ping did not know how much imperishable substance he would need to cultivate to rank 8 golden body 9 refinements. But it would definitely not be little. Ordinary rank 8 powerhouses would really cultivate to death. Even if there were paragon elders in the family, they would not give their own imperishable substance to their descendants to cultivate their golden body. Even paragons themselves lacked it. How could they have so much imperishable substance to give to others? Old Man Li uses vitality to cultivate his golden body. Vitality is easy to recover. I use imperishable substance to cultivate my golden body. I have a lot of imperishable substance too. If that's the case, in today's world, the only ones who can cultivate their golden body to the highest level are me and Old Man Li. Fang Ping licked his lips. What kind of power did a rank 8 golden body 9 refinements have? He really wanted to try it earlier. The cultivation difficulty was so high. It could not be too weak, right? A rank 8-9 refinements or an origin path powerhouse, who was stronger and who was weaker. Fang Ping had no clue how to comprehend the origin path. Fang Ping felt that this kind of high difficulty task was not suitable for him. If he wanted to improve his combat strength, the first thing he had to do was to improve his golden body. I've proven my Tao through strength, right? Fang Ping suddenly thought of a term. Rank 9 was the path of enlightenment. The time he had been practicing martial arts was too short. Until now, he was still confused about the path of martial arts. He was already an upper stage rank 8 martial artist, but he was still like that. He was afraid that when he stepped into rank 9, he might not be able to walk the path of origin very quickly. Then, he would be a weak level 9, a weak rank 9. Fang Ping felt that it was too shameful to be a weak rank 9. He might as well continue cultivating his golden body. There was no need to be tortured by others when he entered rank 9. A rank 8 oppressing a rank 9 was what he should do. As he thought about it, he sighed suddenly. What was the point of thinking about all this now? The most important thing now was to find a way to leave Sky Plant City. If he didn't leave now, it would really be difficult for him to leave. The return of the Maple Prince and the others was a big problem. After all, they were his own grandchildren. How could he not sense something was wrong? The sky was bright. Earth calendar, November 15th. On the second night, Fang Ping entered the catacombs. It had been almost half a month since Fang Ping had entered the catacombs. On the 6th, it had been 10 days since Lao Wang and the others entered the king's battlefield. Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao gazed at the depths of Mount Imperial Sea from afar, his gaze deep. That kid, he had stayed for quite a long time this time. Half a month. There was no news for half a month. Could he have been seen through? Half a month was not a long time for the average martial artist. There were those who stayed in the catacombs for decades. Some rank 9 powerhouses guarded the catacombs and did not leave the catacombs for decades. They were not alone. But to Fang Ping it was really a long time. Annihilate Sky Gate City. Go to the bounded boundaries. Fight the forbidden catacombs. Fang Ping had not stayed in these places for too long. While Zhang Tao was pondering, a figure came using flight, step from afar. He did not come from the outer boundary, but from the restricted area. Zhang Tao took a look, his gaze moving slightly. Something had happened in the king's battlefield. Very soon the person arrived. "Greetings, Martial King." The person who came was Fong Ping's acquaintance, Wei Yong, the family head of the Wei family in Star Town. When Wei Yong saw Zhang Tao, his gaze was complicated. Zhang Tao smiled. "Family head Wei, are you the one guarding the king's battlefield this time?" "Yes," Wei Yong responded. His gaze became even more complicated. He stood opposite Zhang Tao, paused, and said, "Martial King, the next time martial arts university students enter the king's battlefield, can you notify them a month in advance?" Zhang Tao said nothing. Wei Yong sighed. "Martial King, it's not easy for Star Town to nurture some juniors. We can't afford to go on like this. We can't go on like this." The last time Fong Ping came, the juniors in Star Town in the king's battlefield had a hard time. They couldn't kill Fong Ping, so they took it out on others and hunted our people everywhere. "It's just been a few days." Wei Yong did not want to speak anymore. His expression was bitter. "God, please don't let the martial arts university people come." It had been 100 years. Although Star Town had fought many battles in the king's battlefield, it could not be like this. Zhang Tao coughed softly and smiled. "Family head Wei, let's talk business. What's going on?" Wei Yong remembered this and sighed. Wang Jinyang and the others entered the king's battlefield 10 days ago. Fong Ping did not come at first, so he thought it was fine and did not inform the people inside to evacuate. Who knew? Who knew that these people are not quiet people? "Martial King, these few days the rank 7 region is in chaos." Plus that brat Jiang Hao from the Jiang family. A group of people can't wait for the world to be in chaos, killing wantonly in the king's battlefield. What ruins, what mystic realms, they don't care at all. In short, it's killing. They kill whoever they see. It's chaos, it's a mess. In the king's battlefield, our goal is still for the ruins, for the opportunity. Killing is not the main thing. In the past, unless it's to fight for the ruins, there's only killing. If it's not near the ruins, there's very little killing. But now, no matter where it is, there's endless killing. Many people from the rank 7 region have already come out. Some have already gone to the 2 royal courts to ask for reinforcements. As Wei Yong spoke, he was almost suffocated to death. It was not like this. The real killing was more frequent in the rank 9 region. There, not only humans were killing each other, but the few royal courts were also killing each other. They all had their own goals. As for the other regions, it was mainly to explore the ruins and improve quickly. Their ultimate goal was to enter the rank 9 region and find some of the things that the top powerhouses wanted to see. If the killing in the 7 and 8 regions was intense and everyone died, who would go to the rank 9 region to search for the traces of the 2 royal courts. But now the rank 6 region was almost empty. The rank 7 region was also in chaos now. Over at Star Town, many people could not hold on anymore. 2 days ago, the Su family's second son ran out with a long face. He could not hold on anymore. In the past, everyone talked about territories and camps. Now, there was no need to talk about it anymore. They were all in a killing frenzy. It did not matter whether it was ruins or not. When they saw people, if they were not on the same side, they would kill them. If they could not kill them, they would run. If they ran, there would be people chasing them. The more they chased, the more people there were, the messier it would be, coupled with the chaotic monsters inside. The rank 7 region was no longer a place for people to stay. Zhang Tao coughed softly again and asked, "What about the casualties?" "They're mainly going after the martial arts university students. Star Town's casualties aren't that high, but the people from the other holy lands won't agree to it. They're furious now and hope that Sino Nation can disqualify the martial arts university students." Wei Yong smiled bitterly. King Wu, the people from the 6 holy lands would join forces. But now, when they see the Sino Nation martial artists, the people from the other holy lands are running as far as they can. The holy lands have already sent people inside to summon their rank 7 martial artists back. Zhang Tao snorted. A bunch of trash. What's there to run for? Wang Jinyang and the rest, the strongest one, Yao Chengjun, has just achieved upper stage rank 7 not long ago. How much trouble can they cause? Even the early stage rank 7 Qin Fengqing didn't say to run. Why are they running? I remember that the Holy Lands still have some peak rank 7 martial artists inside. Do they have the guts to cultivate to this level? Zhang Tao's expression was cold. How did they cultivate? Did Qin Fengqing run away? Wasn't he still at the king's battleground? He had just achieved rank 7. Wei Yong smiled bitterly again. He said, Qin Fengqing, it's not that Qin Fengqing doesn't want to run. It's that he can't. Right now, in the rank 7 territory, there are people hunting him down everywhere. Others can still leave the exit. The catacombs don't want to fight wantonly at the exit either. But Qin Fengqing and the rest, they reached the exit. I heard from the people who came out earlier that when they were near the exit, more than 20 rank 7s wanted to kill them. How can they get out? Wei Yong continued, King Wu, if this goes on, I'm afraid these people will really be in danger. If they can't find the weak point of the rank 6 territories barrier, I'm afraid they won't be able to leave the king's battleground. Zhang Tao's head hurt. He thought for a while and asked, Did the 2 catacombs kings send reinforcements? Not yet. Wei Yong replied, I heard that the heirs to the throne in the catacombs have been fighting for an opportunity recently. These people have now returned to the depths of the catacombs. That's why there are fewer people in the rank 7 territory in the king's battleground. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would have been killed long ago. Wei Yong had also heard about it from the martial artists guarding the king's battleground. These catacombs' royal highnesses were mostly rank 7 and 8. They had many subordinates, like Feng Yeshing. Many of the commanders under him would enter the king's battleground with him. Under normal circumstances, when one of them entered, he would bring at least 3 martial artists of the same rank under him. That was the least. Now, more than 10 royal highnesses from the 2 royal highnesses did not come to the king's battleground. Suddenly, there were less than 100 people. This was the reason why Wang Jinyang and the others hadn't been surrounded and killed so far. Moreover, the important figures of the 2 royal highnesses were not here. No one had the prestige to unite the 2 royal highnesses. Thousands of demons and the guardian royal highnesses did not care either. If Ji Yao or Feng Yeshing and the rest were here, they could at least contact the demons guarding the royal highnesses. Opportunity, Zhang Tao murmured. What opportunity? Could it be that the kid Fang Ping was also waiting for an opportunity, and that was why he did not come out? This kid was extremely daring and liked to do things on a grand scale. With so many crown princes gathered together, the kid might just go there. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. Wang Jinyang and the rest had stirred up trouble in the king's battleground. Now that the king's battleground had gone back to look for reinforcements, the crown princes might lead their people over to encircle them. Is he deliberately creating chaos in the king's battleground? This kid has already made up his mind to find a way to get to the king's battleground? After a long while, Zhang Tao said, when the people from the restricted area come to help, then come back and report the news. Then Wang Jinyang and the rest calm down? I have no other way now. I can't go in. If I can't go in, they can't come out. There's no point in panicking. Wei Yong was helpless. After thinking for a while, he said, King Wu, if they don't die this time, the next time they come to the king's battleground, you must inform us in advance. Zhang Tao was speechless. What was up with the people in Star Town? They were so timid. What was there to be afraid of? There were many rank 7 martial artists in Star Town. There were at least 20 in the king's battleground. This was just Star Town. In the other sacred lands, there were more than 50 in total. That was the least. They could also recruit more people, up to 100 people. With so many people, if they really fought, did they have to be so afraid of the restricted area? As human martial artists, it was 1 against 2. They could even fight 200 rank, 7 martial artists. What was there to worry about? As Zhang Tao thought about this, he said casually, "Don't worry too much. The two majestic courts are not on good terms, and neither are the crown princes. Even if there are reinforcements, it will be a dozen people at most. No need to be pessimistic." Wei Yong thought about it and agreed. 2 crown princes were probably the usual limit. A dozen people did not need to worry too much. Right now, there were only 60 to 70 people from the 2 majestic courts in the rank 7 region. The king's battleground was huge. It would not be easy to find Wang Jinyang and the rest with 70 to 80 people. As he thought about it, Wei Yong suddenly said, "There won't be more than 10 people this time, will there?" Zhang Tao was about to say no, but he suddenly paused. After a while, he coughed softly and said that tell the human martial artists in the rank 7 region to prepare to evacuate at any time. Wei Yong was stunned. "Just now you said not to be afraid. Martial arts practitioners need to be bold. Why are you preparing to evacuate now?" Zhang Tao found it hard to say. "I'm worried that something might happen. According to the previous situation, the reinforcements might only be a dozen or so people. This time it's hard to say. When 100 or so people come, you'd better evacuate as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might be wiped out by the 2 majestic courts' reinforcements." Of course, he could not say this directly. Zhang Tao still reminded him again, saying, "The situation is not too stable recently. The catacombs is also more chaotic. If more reinforcements come, then everyone will be in danger. So, make sure you're fully prepared." Okay, Wei Yong did not think too much. He would just prepare. Soon, Wei Yong left. He still had to go guard the king's battleground to prevent any problems. After he left, Zhang Tao thought for a while. Maybe he should go to the Forbidden Catacombs. The Forbidden Catacombs was the closest to the king's battleground. He was now in the capital city catacombs. It was a little further away. I don't need to call for help, right? This thought came to Zhang Tao's mind. If that kid really came, it meant that the commotion would not be too big. Otherwise, he would not have come to the king's battleground so easily. Me alone should be enough. As he thought about it, Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. What kind of person am I, the martial king? Do I need to call for help when I go to the king's battleground to pick up a few juniors? Chapter 755. Sky Plant City. Fangping's Palace. Outside the hall, there were no weaklings this time. A rank 7 powerhouse stood outside the hall and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Sir Guardian, and the king have jointly invited all the lords of the royal court to a banquet today." Inside the hall, Fang Ping asked lazily, "The holy fruit feast wasn't affected?" The commander outside hurriedly said, "It's just a small thief." "The chaos has long been quelled," Fang Ping sneered. As he walked out of the palace, he snorted coldly and said, "A mere little thief? How arrogant! Did you catch him?" "This, not yet. Lord Tian, you couldn't even catch the thief himself. Yet you call him a mere thief. Do you think Lord Tianyu is useless?" Plop! The commander instantly knelt on the ground, his face pale, and hurriedly said, "This subordinate dares not. Your Highness, please forgive me." Fang Ping said coldly, "It's all because of you bunch of trash. A bunch of incompetent fellows. The 300,000 Sky Plant army soldiers are all useless. They sealed off the imperial city for several days and even allowed Fang Ping to do such a terrible thing. Such a Sky Plant army still wants to fight the martial artists who resurrected?" Before this commander could reply, Hua Yu and the others had already left the palace. When they heard Feng Niesheng's reprimand, Hua Yu smiled faintly and said, "After all, the Tianji army hasn't fought in many years. Feng Niesheng, don't be too harsh on them." On the other side, an early-stage rank 8 martial artist named Yangsheng, the crown prince, also laughed and said, "That's right. Ever since that battle more than 10 years ago, the Sky Plant's military has become a retirement ground. How could they still have the ability to catch bandits? The few of them were unbridled as they chatted cheerfully. Today, it wasn't just the sacred fruit feast, there was something else. The battle for the commander of the 3 divisions of the Tianji army. They said the Tianji army was trash, but was the Tianji army really trash? 300,000 Heaven Plant army soldiers. After fighting for many years, martial artists did not retire. All 300,000 of them were middle-ranked martial artists, and there were hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses who would not want to take over such a force. Fang Ping ignored them and said mildly, "Get up." The commander, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled in fear and slowly stood up. "Lead the way." Fang Ping's expression was cold and detached. The other party dared not say another word. He bowed and led the way. On both sides, Hua Yu and the others exchanged glances and snorted softly. Feng Yexing was as arrogant as ever. Out of the 16 crown princes, Feng Yexing was the weakest. What was there to be arrogant about? However, King Feng's battle prowess was rather strong, and he had roped in a group of true kings. This was something that others could not compare to at the moment. They didn't say anything else and walked toward the Myriad Dao Palace. The Myriad Dao Palace was also the most important palace of the Heaven Plant's royal court. It would not be opened unless there was an emergency. Just as Fang Ping and the others were walking toward the Myriad Dao Palace, outside the palace, some divine generals also received invitations. Those from the Heavenly Fate royal court also arrived. At this time, Ji Yao and the others had brought a few demonic beasts with them. They had originally planned to leave them at Wan Ting Tower. But now that Wan Ting Tower was gone, there was naturally no need to leave any demonic beasts behind. Moreover, Ji Yao was worried about leaving Phoenix, Sparrow, behind. Who knew if Fang Ping would appear again? Outside the huge main entrance of the palace, Hua Qidao and the Right Divine General stood on both sides, followed by 4 or 5 divine generals. More than 10 divine generals stood on both sides of the main entrance, waiting for everyone. Such a lineup was extremely rare. The crowd was not in a hurry to enter. There were rules for entering the palace. The people from the Heavenly Fate royal court entered first, followed by the true king's residence, then the powerhouses from the 8 halls, and finally the other divine generals. The crowd was still waiting for the people from the Heavenly Fate royal court to enter when a figure slowly walked over. He ignored everyone and walked straight toward the main entrance of the palace. Ji Nan, who was just about to step forward, paused for a moment. She gently held down Ji Yao, who was about to step forward. Ji Yao's expression did not look too good. She said in a low voice, "Uncle Wang." Ji Nan shook her head slightly and transmitted her voice. "Let him go first. There's no need to fight over this." Ji Yao was a little dissatisfied, but she did not say anything else. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Zhao Xingwu ignored everything and strode forward. Hua Qidao and the others' expressions changed slightly. Hua Qidao and the Right Divine General exchanged a look. The Right Divine General quickly smiled and said, "General Zhao, I will accompany you." "Thank you." Zhao Xingwu did not say much. The Right Divine General transmitted his voice to Hua Qidao and walked toward the Myriad Dao Palace with Zhao Xingwu. As soon as the two of them left, the mentality in the crowd fluctuated. A resurrected martial artist is so arrogant. I don't know what the royal court is thinking. The land of rebirth is nothing to worry about. They don't need Zhao Xingwu to set an example at all. Nothing to worry about? General Mu, it's meaningless to lie to yourself at a time like this. There are dozens of true kings in the land of rebirth. It's hard to defeat them by relying on the Sky Plant's royal court alone. It's been so many years, and the war has never stopped. The royal court has not gained any advantage. That Zhao Xingwu doesn't affect the overall situation, you can't say that. Perhaps the true kings want to divide the powerhouses of the land of rebirth to prevent the true kings from fighting to the death in desperation. There are dozens of true kings and top-notch true kings, like Heavenly King Garrison. If they really fight to the death, our side will be in danger. Even so, we can't let Zhao Xingwu be so arrogant in the royal court. That's true. The crowd discussed. At this time, Ji Yao and the others walked into the palace. As they walked, Ji Yao said telepathically, Uncle Wang, Zhao Xingwu is from the land of rebirth. He should be more familiar with Fang Ping. Previously, he seemed to be covering for Fang Ping on purpose. Do you think he will know where Fang Ping is? Ji Nan pondered for a moment before replying, not necessarily. Zhao Xingwu is a key person. Even if Fang Ping is really related to him, he won't look for him at this time. That's hard to say. That guy is very bold. The more dangerous it is, the more likely he will do it. Ji Nan shook her head and said nothing more. Her niece was a little obsessed. Ji Nan sighed softly in her heart. Fang Ping alone had dealt a heavy blow to Ji Yao, Feng Yexing, and the others. If she had known this would happen, she would not have gone to the land of war. As they were talking, the people behind them entered one after another. When everyone had entered, Hua Qidao shouted, "Close the door!" As soon as he finished speaking, the huge palace door closed with a loud bang. Then, on the crystal walls of the palace, tendrils began to spread, spreading toward the walls and toward the ground. The powerhouses who were walking on the road saw this and frowned. Hua Qidao saw this and said loudly, "To prevent thieves from destroying the banquet, the imperial court has strengthened the defenses. Everyone can attend the banquet in peace." Hee. Someone laughed mockingly and did not say much. In his heart he was cursing. Who was he trying to fool? However, he was too lazy to expose him. What would the king, lord, do to them here? Today, the important figures of the imperial court were attending the banquet. Whatever they did here would depend on whether the true kings agreed or not. Myriad Tao Temple. At this moment, there was not one throne on the main seat, but two. Li Zhu sat on the left, and on the right was a weathered old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he wore a golden robe. His gaze was fixed on the main entrance of the palace, as if he had seen through everything. The moment Zhao Xingwu entered, the old man said slowly, "Are you really going to hand over the left division of the Tianji military to Zhao Xingwu?" The king lord said softly, "Other than him, there are no other suitable candidates." "What about Li Feng?" "Li Feng needs to stay in the central region." "Lord Tian, you also knows that I no longer care about the central region. If Li Feng leaves, I'm afraid the central region will no longer be stable." Li Feng, also known as Divine General Li, was one of the 10 great generals of the central region. He was also Li Zhu's brother, but not blood-related. There were very few rank 9 powerhouses with blood-related brothers. Tian Yu pondered for a moment, not answering. This was not his main body, but his clone. At the true monarch realm, even demonic plants could be summoned. Being close to the main body, its clone had the same intelligence as the main body. Right now, the clone and the main body were in a shared state. This was also the dream of all monster plants. They could walk freely on this vast land, no longer need to use mentality to communicate, do things that they could not do in the past, and even play around in the mortal world. However, it was difficult for monsters to become true kings, too difficult. The monster plants that had taken root in cities in the outer region for thousands of years were all pursuing the illusory, true king path. Tian Yu did not continue talking about Zhao Xingwu, saying again, "I'm afraid Fang Ping won't dare to come here. With me here, would he really dare to take the risk?" Li Zhu laughed. "It's hard to say. He's very brave. Also, King Feng and the others are about to return. If he doesn't mix with these people now, it won't be so easy for him to leave Tianji City." Tian Yu's expression did not change, falling completely silent. At this moment, before Zhao Xingwu and the rest reached the main hall, a commotion broke out outside. "Li, do you want to die? How dare you release your aura on me?" Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you're venerable? Feng Yesheng, I've just broken through and can't control my strength well. Don't misunderstand. Li Yi's mocking voice rang out. You're asking for death. As soon as she said that, Tianyu frowned slightly, saying slowly, Feng Yesheng, stop! Outside the main hall, Fang Ping had already taken out the maple leaf and was about to throw it at Li Yi. Li Yi's expression was livid, no longer as arrogant as before. He was cursing in his heart. Feng Yesheng was a lunatic now. They had not even exchanged a few words, and this fellow wanted to kill him. This was the imperial court. Outside the main hall, Fang Ping's expression was grim. He glanced at Li Yi coldly, his expression slightly ferocious as he said in a low voice, Don't provoke me any more. I'm looking for something to do now. If I can't find that bastard Fang Ping, then I'll try killing a few pieces of trash. Li Yi's expression was livid. He snorted and ignored this lunatic. He entered the main hall and bowed. Fang Ping stared at his back for a while, not in a hurry to enter. At this time, Hua Yu and the others walked over. They had heard the conflict between the two earlier and were all smiling. They ignored Feng Yesheng and entered the main hall one after another, bowing to Lord Wang and Tianyu. Then they each found a seat and sat down. They did not just sit on the seats randomly. There were some tables on both sides of the main hall. Everyone sat at the tables. However, there were no names on the tables. Fang Ping really did not know where he should sit. However, he also saw that Li Yi and the others were sitting on the left side. The right side was empty. There were a few empty tables on the left side of the main hall. Fang Ping guessed that they were not there for them, but for some top-notch powerhouses. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to enter the main hall. His expression was as gloomy as still water. Only when he saw a group of people walking over from not far away did he regain his smile. Seeing Zhao Xingwu walking at the front, Fang Ping quickly smiled and said, General Zhao is here. Zhao Xingwu nodded lightly. He ignored them and entered the main hall directly. He saluted the two people in front of him with his fists, then sat down on the second seat on the left. Fang Ping saw that and smiled. Then he saw Lu Wuxian in the crowd and hurriedly greeted, Uncle Wuxian. Your Highness. Lu Wuxian laughed and greeted. Your Highness, why aren't you entering the main hall? Fang Ping sneered and said unscrupulously, Some people saw that I have no entourage following me and my strength is not as good as theirs. So they actually humiliated me in court. Uncle Wuxian, are you attending a banquet or are you trying to kill me? Feng Yesheng? Uncle Wuxian, please bear witness. If I die, it will not be Fang Ping's doing. I'm just afraid that someone will kill me and frame Fang Ping. When Lord Wang returns, in the main hall, Lord Wang's face was pale. He smiled faintly and said, Miesheng, don't talk nonsense. Enter the main hall. Has just broken through and lost control of his strength. He doesn't mean to target you. At this moment, many people had entered the main hall. Fang Ping glanced at Li Yi and sneered. Li Yi's expression was ugly, but Fang Ping ignored him. Who was looking at you? I was just looking for a seat. Now I know. I'm actually sitting next to this guy. The crown princes were all sitting on the left. Fang Ping took a look. It seemed like they were assigned according to their strength. Hua Yu, Purple Moon, and the others were all in front of Li Yi. According to the order, he was behind Li Yi. Perhaps they were assigned according to the time they became crown princes. In any case, Fang Ping knew that that place was probably his. There's danger everywhere. Fang Ping maintained his composure, but he sighed inwardly. Here, he really had to be careful with every step. If he accidentally sat in the wrong place, something big might happen. Moreover, there was even a true king powerhouse in the main hall. Here, even the fluctuation of emotions could be sensed. Fang Ping did not delay any further. He entered the main hall and bowed to Lord Wang and Tianyu. He had seen how Hua Yu and the others bowed just now. In this godforsaken place, he really could not take a wrong step. These people entered the main hall. Outside the main hall, there were some people who did not enter. They were the retainers brought by some powerhouses. Fong Ping knew this. During the sacred fruit feast, there seemed to be some battles. Retainers could be brought along. Sometimes they would be useful. As for Feng extermination, of the 2 rank 8s under him, Feng Hua was dead. Feng Zhe had gone to True King Hall and had not returned yet. This time he did not bring anyone. Fong Ping took his seat. He did not hide anything and looked around. On the left side, the first was the Right Divine General, the second was Zhao Xingwu, and the third was Hua Qidao. Zhao Xingwu was considered an extra person. In reality, on the left side, the Right Divine General was the leader, followed by Hua Qidao, and then the other 7 hall masters. Sky Planting Hall Master was Lord Wang. From this, it could be seen that Sky Planting Hall was incomparably important. The 3 commanders were the highest corps. Below these 10 people, there were 16 crown princes. Fong Ping was the last one. Below him were the deputy hall masters of each hall. On the right side, Ji Yao and the others were the leaders, followed by the people from True King Manor. On the left side, there were some outer divine, general powerhouses at the very end. In the main hall, there were currently more than 100 people sitting. The lowest was rank 7. When everyone had arrived, some palace maids began to serve the dishes. The so-called dishes were some energy fruits, heavenly treasures, and the like. There was no monster meat or anything else. The demons were not weak in the catacombs. They could not be eaten on such an official occasion. Of course, they could be eaten in private. In the main hall, there was silence. After a moment, Lord Wang smiled and said, "Recently, Lord Tianyu has condensed 3 holy fruits. I'm sure everyone knows the effects of the holy fruits. They strengthen the undying God and forge the undying body. The royal court is indebted to Lord Wang's kindness. For 1,000 years, the holy fruits that Lord Wang has condensed have been given to the powerhouses of the royal court. However, the holy fruits are limited. They are effective for martial artists below the divine path." Lord Wang babbled for a while. As he babbled, he began to pant slightly. Fong Ping stared at him for a while. Was it that serious? Was it that tiring to say a few words? In the catacombs, powerhouses were respected. Could such a person really sit firmly in the position of Lord Wang? The more it was so, the more terrifying it seemed. Not to mention the catacombs. Just take MCMAU. Could a person without any ability be MCMAU's vice-chancellor? Even MCMAU was like this, not to mention the catacombs. Managing more than 1 billion square kilometers of rivers and mountains was not something that just anyone could do. After a while, Lord Wang chuckled and said, "This time, Lord Tianyu has condensed 3 holy fruits. It's already unexpected. However, Lord Tianyu plans to give one of them to Ji Yao." Below, Ji Yao got up. She did not have the usual disdain and arrogance she usually had for Feng Yeshing and the rest. She bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Tianyu, for fulfilling my wish. Ji Yao will remember it." The old man nodded slightly and chuckled. "Take it as a congratulatory gift from me, Lord Ji Hong. With 2 true kings in one clan, the Ji family is becoming more prosperous. Ji Nan has stepped into the divine path for a long time. It's not impossible for her to advance to true king." Ji Nan hurriedly bowed and said, "You flatter me, Lord Wang. Ji Nan cannot be compared to Brother Wang." After a few words, 3 turquoise fruits appeared out of thin air in front of Tianyu. They were not big, about the size of hawthorns. As soon as these 3 holy fruits appeared, many people's breathing became much heavier. These were fruits born by a true king realm monster plant. They were of great help in improving mentality and forging the flesh. Energy fruits were also different from each other. Although the sunflower fruit was born by a rank 9 monster plant, Monster Sunflower City's big sunflower produced a lot of them every year, so the sunflower fruit was not considered rare. Some rank 9 monster plants would bear the only fruit, which was considered rare. Back then, The rose in Rose City had borne the only fruit. That was something that could even save a rank 9's mentality from perishing. It was considered a peerless treasure. As a true king, Tianyu did not only have the only fruit, he would have it for a period of time. However, it was not born randomly. Instead, it required a lot of energy. This was also the reason why a true king had to go into closed-door cultivation every time he condensed the only fruit. The value of the only fruit might not be lower than the only fruit of the rose. One of the 3 only fruits flew straight to Jiao. Jiao took it and thanked him again. The fruit disappeared into thin air. Fang Ping glanced at it from the corner of his eye. There was a ring in Jiao's hand too. Storage ring. I only got it recently, right? I didn't have it before. Otherwise, this thing would be mine after I chopped off her hands. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He had chopped off Jiao's hands at the king's battlefield. He did not see this thing then. At this moment, there were still only two holy fruits in front of Tianyu. The king lord seemed tired and did not continue speaking. The right divine general saw the situation and said slowly, "The holy fruits are rare. It's impossible for everyone to have them." This year, Heaven's mandate royal court messengers came to the royal court. Those who come are guests. There are 16 highnesses in the royal court. Other than Highness Jiyao, there are also 3 highnesses in Heaven's mandate royal court. Lord Tianyu, and the king's thinking is that the strong should be the one. Fang Ping interrupted him directly. Extermination feels that it's inappropriate. The right divine general gave him a look. Fang Ping picked up a fruit and ate it, smiling. Extermination is only an upper stage commander. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the holy fruits have nothing to do with extermination? The strong should be the one. Are they going to compete to determine the ownership of the holy fruits? If that's the case, they might as well give it to someone else. What's the point of holding a holy fruit feast? As he said that, Fang Ping stood up and bowed to Tianyu, smiling. Lord Protector, extermination is not questioning you, but this is unfair. By condensing the holy fruits, you are also cultivating talents for the royal court. Everyone in the royal court knows about your kindness, but extermination is young. In terms of strength, he's naturally not as good as those older people. Tianyu was not angry. He said lightly, "Then what do you think?" "What do you think?" Fang Ping smiled. "This is Sir's." "Sir, you can give it to whoever you want it." Extermination doesn't dare to question it, but extermination believes that no one in the commander level is a match for him. In a battle of the same rank, extermination has nothing to fear. As he spoke, Jiao in front of him raised her head and glanced at him. She sneered. No one in the commander level is a match for him? Fang Ping looked at her, his expression much colder. He said slowly, "Jiao, I'm talking to the Lord Protector. Do you think you have the right to interrupt?" "Humph." Fang Ping sneered and said, "Sir, extermination's thinking is that the commander level should be given 1 holy fruit. The venerables should be given 1 holy fruit. As for the 2 highnesses, extermination thinks that the path of godhood should be walked by themselves. There's no need to distribute anymore." Among the 16 crown princes of Sky Plant's royal court, 2 of them had already reached weak rank 9. The holy fruit also contained a trace of true king's origin enlightenment. It was very, very little. It was still helpful for the weak rank 9 to truly embark on the origin path. However, these 2 weak rank 9 martial artists did not have a true king as their backing. Fang Ping had some understanding of this. In Feng Mansion, he had asked Feng Yu about this a lot. If that was the case, Fang Ping felt that there was no need to bother with them. 1 holy fruit for a rank 7 and 1 for a rank 8. He was not a sure thing. It could not be helped. There were 19 highnesses in the 2 royal courts. Previously, he and Li Yi were both rank 7. Now Li Yi had entered rank 8. In Sky Plant's royal court, only Feng Extermination was rank 7. In Destiny Royal Court, Tiger King's descendant was peak rank 7. Xianzhen and that by Shan Yue were both rank 8. Tiger King's descendant, Fang Ping glanced at the other party with a threatening look. If you dare to compete, I'll kill you. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Tian Yu said slowly, does anyone have any objections to Feng extermination suggestion? The Right God General said quickly, Sir, according to the original rules, the 19 Highnesses will fight for one, and the other Manors will fight for one. Is it inappropriate to give both to the Highnesses? After he said that, a powerhouse in the crowd said immediately, Sir, according to the previous rules, the Manors will also have a chance to fight for it. If we give it to the Highnesses, I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sir, in the crowd, many people spoke up, feeling that it was inappropriate. If they gave all 3 holy fruits to these people, then wouldn't they have come for nothing? 3 was not a small number. Ji Yao had taken it, so it was not appropriate for them to say anything. There were 2 left. Logically speaking, it would be good enough for the 19 crown princes to fight for one. They had to give the others a chance. There were still so many descendants of the true king. In the 49 manors, other than Feng extermination and a few others who were among the crown princes, the others were not included. Before Tian Yu could speak, Wang Zhu, who had rested for a while, tilted his head to look at Tian Yu and said with a smile, Sir, why don't we follow the original rules and let the others have a chance? Tian Yu seemed to be considering. Very quickly, he said lightly, That's settled then. Fang Ping's expression was a little ugly. Above, a faint smile appeared on Wang Zhu's face. He glanced at Feng extermination from the corner of his eyes. Don't rush. Let this king see if anyone will appear out of nowhere. At this time, Lu Wushan, who was in the crowd, said, Sir Wang, regarding the sparring, the Highnesses have different strengths. Swords and sabers have no eyes. Why don't the Highnesses pick someone to spar with? As he said that, he added, This matter can be left until the end. There's no rush. As for the recent chaos in the imperial city and the destruction of the tribute hall, I think we should discuss it first. I agree. We should discuss this matter first. The holy fruits are here. There's no rush. At this time, many people spoke up in agreement. Lu Wushan gestured at Fang Ping, meaning to tell him that he had arrangements, so there was no need to worry about the holy fruits falling into someone else's hands. Fang Ping smiled and nodded slightly. In his heart, however, he was cursing wildly. What are we waiting for? Let's split the fruits first. Also, did Wang Zhu and the Right God have some plans? Could it be that these 2 fellows want everyone to make a move and get ready to drag me out? Fang Ping's heart stirred slightly. He looked outside the basilica from the corner of his eyes. I can cover and change my aura for 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, find someone weaker than me and disguise as my aura. TSK, let you guys catch me. However, there was no need to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. It would easily expose more of his trump cards. Moreover, they might not be sure that he was in the imperial palace. Changing someone else's aura now would prove that he was in the imperial palace. That would be even more dangerous. However, if you guys really notice something amiss, I'll do it. Not just one person, but all of them. Let's see who you guys can catch. He could change anyone's aura below peak rank 8. As long as it was within this range, any martial artist below peak rank 8 could be Fang Ping. Chapter 756. In the basilica, everyone was discussing about other matters. The Lord seemed dissatisfied. The Right Divine General's expression was ugly too. He said lightly, Today, Destiny Royal Court's distinguished guests are here. We'll discuss this later. If people from other royal courts were here, would it not be embarrassing for the royal court to discuss this? It was not that no one knew about this, but embarrassing. It was also embarrassing for the Lord. What was there to be afraid of? Fang Ping felt that he needed to lead the situation. Although he was only rank 7, he was the crown prince with the highest chance of becoming the Lord. Moreover, there were many people supporting him. There were even a few true kings behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, in the next moment, Fong Ping spoke righteously, standing up and saying, Lord Tianyu, Lord, extermination feels that there is no need to worry too much. This is not a secret. Ji Yao and the others saw it too. At this moment, the royal court needs to respond. Are we really going to let that thief Fong Ping continue to roam free? When Fong Ping said his name, his face was livid, despicable. He deserved to die. The Lord glanced at him and said lightly, Extermination, the Tianji army is already searching the entire city. Not enough! Fong Ping was not polite, saying loudly, The Tianji army is not as good as it was. Commander-in-Chief of the 3 units. Lord, your injuries are extremely serious. There is no time to care about the Tianji army anymore. In recent years, the right marshal has been recuperating in seclusion. The right unit is also in a mess. As for the left unit, Fong Ping looked disdainful. He sneered. The 10 armies of the left unit have long been in chaos. The left marshal has just entered the divine path. Who in the left unit is convinced? The Tianji army is the royal court's weapon of conquest, not a retirement home. The Tianji army that fought in all directions in the past, everywhere they went, there was no one who didn't submit, has already become a joke now. Fong Ping said loudly, The Tianji army is named after the royal court. It was originally the royal court's strongest combat force, but now it has become a joke. Whose fault is it? The Lord is seriously injured. The right marshal is in seclusion. Among the 3 commanders, only the left marshal leads the Tianji army. The Tianji army has fallen into today's situation because of the left marshal's incompetence. Moreover, the Tianji army is also in chaos internally. Previously, he even cooperated with Li Yi in the imperial city to kill the Tianji army's general. At this time, Hua Qidao said coldly, Your Highness, Kuei Ming is... Fong Ping cut him off abruptly. Marshal Zhua, you don't have to remind me. Whether Kuei Ming was Fong Ping or not, there was no proof. If you said it was Fong Ping, would it really be Fong Ping? Perhaps someone had purposely framed Kuei Ming. Kuei Ming's death was strange. But since he was dead, there was naturally no way to refute it. All of you said that Maple Jade and Feng Hua were Fong Ping's disguise. What a joke. Why don't you just say that I'm Fong Ping in disguise? Why don't you just kill me now and everything will be fine? Fong Ping sneered. Feng Niesheng was just that arrogant. He had no respect for the King Lord. After Fong Ping finished speaking, Lu Wushan added with a smile, You must be joking, Your Highness. Anyone could be Fong Ping, except for Your Highness. Moreover, they kept talking about Fong Ping. Was it really Fong Ping? Right now, all of the information is provided by the Tianji army. We don't know if it's true or false. Also, there should be an explanation for the Tianji army's surveillance of the manors. Fong Ping smiled and said, Hall Master Lu, is it Fong Ping? Mie Sheng guessed that the possibility of it being Fong Ping is still higher. Having said that, Fong Ping took a deep breath and said, The reason why Mie Sheng targeted Left Marshal and the Tianji army was actually not because he wanted to. Mie Sheng believed that everything that happened earlier was all Fong Ping's doing. That's why Fong Ping must die. But can the Tianji army really kill Fong Ping now? Fong Ping did not hide his suspicions, gritting his teeth and saying, Mie Sheng is worried that someone deliberately let Fong Ping go. Since Fong Ping is in Tianji City, then this time, no matter what, we must kill him. We don't know when Wang Zhu will return. During this period of time, we must let the Tianji army do their duty. Only then can we continue to trap Fong Ping. If we don't kill Fong Ping, I won't be able to rest easy. Fong Ping said loudly, Everyone, is Fong Ping's calamity not enough to wake everyone up? Fong Ping's face was full of anger, shouting, He can disguise himself as anyone. He can move unscrupulously in the imperial city. He can destroy the mineral vein under Lord Tianyu's eyes. The current Fong Ping is only a venerable. Once he reaches divine general, divine path, who will kill him? Everyone says that Fong Ping is Mieshing's nightmare, but he will be yours sooner or later. No, he's yours now. Fong Ping was agitated, shouting, "That's why the Tianji army must change." Mieshing, speak your mind. I don't trust Commander Zhua, and I don't trust the current Tianji army. Compared to them, I'd rather trust Ji Yao. Even Ji Yao will do her best to kill Fong Ping. You don't know how scary he is. If you let him go today, you'll regret it sooner or later. In the crowd, Ji Yao did not retort, which was rare. At this moment, although it had nothing to do with her, Ji Yao still said, "Lord Tianyu, King Li, Ji Yao should not have participated in the Tianji royal court's matters. But killing Fong Ping must be done. Fong Ping can conceal his aura, he can change it. After reaching the venerable realm, he can even disguise himself as others, undetectable. He still has a large amount of imperishable substance. His vitality, force, and mentality can be infinitely recovered. The current him may not be worthy of Lord True King's attention, but when he becomes a true king, he'll be extremely terrifying. He might even be the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor. Lord Tianyu and Lord Black Dragon both experienced the battle 1,000 years ago. When news spread that Fong Ping was the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor, Lord Black Dragon came out of seclusion and said that he must kill Fong Ping. He must not let the Devil Emperor resurrect. After Ji Yao finished speaking, Fong Ping smiled. "Ji Yao, looks like you and I have a common understanding." Ji Yao huffed. She did not want to pay attention to him. If not for killing Fong Ping, do you think I would pay attention to you? In the basilica, Feng Yesheng and Ji Yao, the two princes with the highest hopes of becoming lords, were determined to kill Fong Ping. Now, some people began to ponder. At this time, Hua Qidao said slowly, "Your Highness Fong, do you mean that I let Fong Ping go on purpose?" Fong Ping huffed coldly. "Fine, I don't care if it's true or not. As long as Commander Zhuo agrees, Fong Ping will die this time. Prince Feng Mansion will no longer participate in the Tianji army matter. Not only that, if you can kill Fong Ping, Prince Feng Mansion will not be stingy with your rewards." Hua Qi said nothing. Fong Ping said with an ugly expression, "Commander Zhuo doesn't even dare to agree to kill a venerable realm martial artist? There were 300,000 Tianji soldiers, dozens of divine generals, and many deity realm powerhouses. Was it so difficult to kill a revived martial artist in the imperial city? Since you can't do it, then commanders will step aside." Hua Qidao said lightly, "Who does your Highness Feng think can guarantee that they can kill Fong Ping?" Fong Ping shouted, "At least he's more responsible than the left marshal." Hua Qi said, "You've been targeting my Feng Mansion for a long time. Fong Ping is my greatest enemy, so it's not impossible that you deliberately let him go. Some words, don't force this commander to say it out." Having said that, Fong Ping looked straight at the Lord and said with an ugly expression, "Previously, when the divine generals entered the palace to discuss matters, Fong Ping annihilated Duke Huai Manor. Something also happened in Duke Feng Manor. If I was at Duke Feng's residence that day, what would have happened to me? The Lord Huai King and the Lord bore the deepest grudge against Fong Ping. Fong Ping had yet to be killed. What was he waiting for? Were they waiting for the news of Feng extermination being killed by Fong Ping to spread? Their intentions are unforgivable. Your Highness, Duke Feng Manor will not let this matter rest." As soon as Fong Ping's words fell, chaos broke out in the basilica. Their mentality began to surge, and some people began to communicate telepathically. The divine general of the right said in a low voice, "Feng extermination. Some words cannot be spoken carelessly." "Commander Yu, am I speaking carelessly?" Fong Ping snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then I'll say a few more words. That day in the 7 southern regions, the Longevity Sword and the Snake King left early, allowing Fang Ping to escape death. Now that Commander Zhao is here, I would like to ask you, what exactly happened that day? At the front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said coldly, "That day when we ambushed Fang Ping, the 9 Grand Elders came together, including me. 8 Origin Path Powerhouses, which are what you call Deity Path Powerhouses, attacked at the same time. Apart from Lin Long, who was Zhang Tao's spy, the 8 of them attacked together, but in the end all of them died. 4th Elder and 5th Elder are powerhouses of Origin Path, but because Wu Quishan and Li Chongxing returned early, they failed at the last moment. The powerhouses of the 7 southern regions couldn't even hold them back for 3 minutes. What a joke!" Zhao Xingwu's expression was indifferent. Fang Ping also sneered. That day, Commander-in-Chief was in the 7 southern regions. Li Yi kept urging me to kill the Longevity Sword. I didn't want to go, but Li Yi impulsively wanted to kill the Longevity Sword alone. He's just a commander level. Does he really not know anything about the Longevity Sword? The Longevity Sword killed Monster Mu in the 7 southern regions previously. If Li Yi is really stupid, then I'll believe it. But he's not stupid. If he could bribe Kuei Ming and Jin Yuhuai, how could he be really stupid? He did it on purpose. Feng Miexing, how dare you spout nonsense? Li Yi was furious. Fang Ping sneered. Nonsense. You never leave the palace. Why did you go to the 7 southern regions to supervise the battle? I also asked Commander Zhao why the ambush failed in the end. Commander Zhao once said that the key was that Zélie Kaluo killed one of their Deity Path powerhouses at the crucial moment. A Deity Path powerhouse, second only to Commander Zhao. Zélie Kaluo. Uncle Wushan, do you know him? Lu Wushan said lightly, I do. Many years ago, I met him once in the Imperial City. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Yes, a martial artist who was reborn once appeared in the Imperial City, returned to the land of rebirth, and killed the Deity Path powerhouse who wanted to kill Fang Ping. What a joke! If Commander Zhao did not tell us, we would still be in the dark. If Uncle Wushan had not seen this person before, who would have thought that a Deity Path powerhouse from the land of rebirth had come to the Imperial City long before Commander Zhao? Yet this person saved Fang Ping. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Fang Ping had a playful look on his face. Suddenly he looked at Xian Zhen and Xian Tong on his right, whose faces were livid. He laughed even more unscrupulously. Even if Xian Zhen had reached rank 8, at this moment his face was flushed red. So everything was true. Wang Zhu had really been schemed to death. Ji Yao's expression was also fluctuating. Suddenly she asked, Lord Li, did Zélie Kaluo really come to Sky Plant City before? Li Zhu sighed suddenly and said softly, yes. The crowd was instantly in chaos. Li Zhu said slowly, however, that was before I was injured. At that time, he and I reached an agreement. He went to the land of rebirth and cooperated with the Pope to give the land of rebirth a fatal blow at the crucial moment. However, after I was injured, I could no longer control the situation. I didn't expect him to be a spy of the Pantheon gods. I'm afraid that when he came to the Imperial City that year, he came with the intention of finding out secrets. From the beginning to the end, he was a member of the Pantheon gods. The Right God General also added, that's right. I've seen Zélie Kaluo before. Back then, he agreed to cooperate with us. He agreed very readily. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid there's a trap. Fang Ping said lightly. Li Yi took the initiative to attack the Longevity Sword. Is that really stupid? Li Yi said coldly. You have a part in it too. Fang Ping sneered. I have a huge grudge against MCMAU. So what if I admit that I'm stupid? When I see someone from MCMAU, I want to kill him. Why can't I? You, on the other hand, are you the same? Or are you really so stupid that you overestimate yourself? Li Yi's expression was livid. Fang Ping said again, Someone so stupid can also become a venerable. I find it hard to believe. Having said that, Fong Ping said playfully, that day, the true king of the land of rebirth was restrained. According to the royal ancestor, originally, enough! These words were not said by the royal lord's faction, but by Tian Yu. Tian Yu glanced at Fong Ping and said lightly, Fong Miesheng, enough is enough. Fong Ping glanced at Tian Yu, his face full of unwillingness. After a while he said slowly, Sir is the guardian of the royal court. He protects the royal court, not a family. Fong Ping's problem, could it be that Sir also? Humph. Tian Yu snorted softly. He was already slightly angry. At this time Lu Wushan said hurriedly, Miesheng, stand down. Beside him, Jing Zhu also shouted, Your Highness, be careful with your words. They were also a little frightened. His Highness could not say anything more. If he continued, he might anger Tian Yu's guardian. At this time in the basilica, many divine generals looked at Fong Ping. Some shook their heads, indicating that he should not continue, while others looked at him mockingly, waiting to watch the show. On the right, Xian Tong and Xian Zhen's expressions had already calmed down, but their eyes were extremely gloomy. Now, they knew what was going on. The true king of the Xian family was definitely killed by someone's scheme. Despicable. Li Zhu was still calm and collected. After a long time, he said slowly, So, Miesheng thinks that I let Fong Ping go on purpose? Miesheng did not mean that. Fine. The royal lord said with a smile, Actually, there are some things that I can no longer control, and I don't have the energy to do anything about. If that's the case, Qi Dao, you've just entered the divine path. It's better for you to go into closed-door cultivation to stabilize your realm and go further. Miesheng, who do you think is suitable for the position of left commander? Who can make you believe that they can kill Fong Ping? Fong Ping replied, Miesheng thinks that divine General Jing Zhu can do it. As soon as he said that, a divine general powerhouse immediately said, Divine General Jing Zhu has just entered the divine path. Your Highness Fong, this is not appropriate. I think Divine General Hua Ping can do the position of left commander. No, Divine General Hua Ping. Everyone started discussing. The other 7 hall masters were also powerhouses on the Divine General's ranking. These people began to discuss one after another. Fong Ping said straightforwardly, If they can kill Fong Ping, anyone can. If they can't, then find Fong Ping's enemy. Fong Mansion cannot trust anyone else. As soon as he said that, Lu Wushan suddenly laughed. Your Highness, now that you mention it, I think of someone. Everyone looked at him. Lu Wushan laughed. Marshal Zhao. Marshal Zhao failed to kill Fong Ping and came to the royal court in the end. He has a blood feud with Fong Ping. Moreover, Marshal Zhao is strong enough. I think no one will object to Marshal Zhao taking the position of left commander. No, that won't do. But Alliance leader Zhao has just come to the royal court. How can he be so careless? These people started arguing again. However, among the crowd, more than 10 divine general powerhouses said, Marshal Zhao is more suitable. There were also 4 to 5 true king manners who voiced their support. Li Zhu glanced at the crowd, a faint smile on his face. Below, the right divine general said slowly, Marshal Zhao killed by Zhu previously. The Tianji army might not be convinced. Fong Ping laughed. Convinced? Marshal Zhao's strength is here. Those who are not convinced can be killed. Why would they not be convinced? Does the royal court need everyone to be convinced if they want to rule the world? What a joke! The Tianji army is a weapon of war. As long as Marshal Zhao can suppress those who are not convinced, that's enough. The moment he said that, everyone was suddenly speechless. Lu Wushan even smiled and said, Your Highness is the one who sees things clearly. Just as Your Highness said, the royal court controls the world. not because all living beings are equal. The current royal court is no longer as domineering as it was in the past. When did it become the turn of a group of weaklings to question the change of marshal? Back then, when the king, left commander, and right commander led the Tianji army, they also respected strength. Li Zhu interrupted. Since everyone thinks that Marshal Zhao is suitable, then Marshal Zhao will be the left commander. As for Marshal Zhao's headquarters, Fang Ping said, Divine General Jing, Zhu can do it. As soon as he said that, the Lord was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Yes. Fang Ping was all smiles. He glanced at Huayu and the rest with pride, a look of disdain on his face. Are you worthy to fight with me? Huayu and the rest did not look too good, but they did not say anything. At least Jing Zhu was not the left commander. If Zhao Xingwu was the left commander, he might not listen to Prince Feng Mansion. The matter of the Tianji army's left commander was settled so easily. Zhao Xingwu sat there without saying a word, instantly becoming one of the three commanders. As for the Tianji army, among the three, the center was the most respected, followed by the left and then the right. Fang Ping glanced at Zhao Xingwu. In the next meeting, would you be sitting at the seat of honor on the left? Just like that, he became the Tianji Royal Court's military commander? That was really easy. If Zhao Xingwu was a spy, it would be too easy for him to get the position. These fellows from the catacombs were really ruthless. Zhao Xingwu came from Earth. Everyone knew that. He was not on the same side as the catacombs. Everyone knew that too. But to prevent others from benefiting, these fellows had so easily acquiesced to Zhao Xingwu being the left commander, even if he might kill the 100,000 troops of the left commander. At the same time, Fang Ping looked at the Lord again. Was the Lord such a coward? He admitted it just like that? He was afraid that it was not like that. This fellow, perhaps he had the same idea. As he thought about it, Fang Ping glanced at the outer hall from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, something stirred in his heart. F***ck, did I expose myself? I don't think so. The Lord, this old fox, seemed to have discovered something. Fang Ping sensed that the entire imperial court was locked down. Was he suspecting me? Or was he suspecting others? Or was he suspecting all of them? If this went on, with a true king here, would he be exposed? Fang Ping felt a little frightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, he transmitted his voice to Lu Wuxian and the rest. They frowned slightly, but after a while, they nodded slightly, not saying a word. Fang Ping settled this and heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly he smiled and said, King, extermination has a request. The Lord was all smiles. He said, Tell me about it. Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked annoyed. Why was this fellow looking at her? Extermination wants to marry Ji Yao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The place was in chaos. Ji Yao was also furious. She shouted, Feng extermination, who do you think you are? You don't deserve it. Fang Ping smiled. Ji Yao, didn't you look down on me? You and I are both descendants of true kings and high-ranked martial artists. Let's be straightforward. If I can kill Fang Ping, you and I will become partners. How about that? Killing Fang Ping is also what you and I hope to see. If I can't kill Fang Ping, I admit that I'm afraid. With Fang Ping around, I might not be able to step into divine path. Naturally, I won't be qualified to marry you. But as long as I kill Fang Ping, the fear in my heart will disappear. After consuming the holy fruit, I might be able to step into divine, general, very soon. Now that the war is about to start, you know what I mean. When that time comes, divine path and true king might not be impossible. Ji Yao, what do you think? As he said that, he looked at the Lord and smiled. King, please bear witness. The smile on the Lord's face gradually faded. What an arrogant fellow. The so-called hope of becoming a true king was just short of saying that he was going to replace the Lord's position. At this moment, if he could still maintain his smile, he would really be stepped on and rubbed against the ground. Feng, extermination. Li Zhu said lightly, "Are you confident that you can kill Fang Ping?" Fang Ping smiled. "Of course. If not, then let's not talk about today's matter." "Ji Yao, what do you think?" Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao again. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. She said, coldly, "Kill Fang Ping first." "Fang Ping will die this time." Fang Ping said coldly, "I've been studying him for a long time. This person is extremely bold. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. He thinks that we're all idiots. But he doesn't know that he's the real idiot." Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Kill!" As soon as he said that, in the basilica, several divine generals suddenly attacked. Outside the basilica, there were hundreds of retainers, including some rank 8 martial artists. However, facing 7 to 8 divine generals' powerhouses, including powerhouses like Lu Wushan, how could they resist? "No," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Someone in the palace actually attacked them." "Feng, extermination." Someone roared. Fang Ping shouted. "Fang Ping might be hiding among these people. He thinks that I don't know what he's thinking. This person definitely hasn't left the vicinity of the imperial court. This time, if I don't kill Fang Ping, I won't stop. As for these people, Feng Mansion will compensate for your losses. Now, get rid of these suspicious people first. No one is allowed to leave the basilica." Fang Ping said coldly, "Fang Ping hasn't been able to find him. Maybe the previous verification methods were useless. No one knows how good his disguise is. This time, when the imperial ancestor returns, other than a few people, I'll even suggest the imperial ancestor to destroy the city." "Nonsense. Crazy. Feng, extermination, how dare you?" Everyone scolded him. Fang Ping said with a ferocious expression, "Everyone, don't shout. Later, you'll have to prove everything. I suspect that Fang Ping might even be hiding among you." Fang Ping gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said coldly, "Some people have never been investigated." "Sir Tianyu, are you sure that the imperial court is really the imperial court of Godland? Have you ever thought of investigating someone? You can't find Fang Ping even after turning the entire imperial city upside down." But Fang Ping disappeared before everyone's eyes, appearing frequently near the imperial court. Tianyu's expression changed. He looked at the imperial lord subconsciously. The investigation was still going on. However, there was one person that no one had thought of investigating. He did not need to show his strength, did not need to show everything about him, and no one dared to skin him and pull out his tendons to investigate, because according to his situation, he might die if he was investigated like this. At this moment, not only Tianyu, but the basilica was eerily quiet. A person with no strength, but an extremely high status. Such a person did not need to attack, did not need to show his strength, and would not be watched all the time. If Fang Ping really found a chance to kill him and replace him, many people were terrified. Was it possible the imperial lord was Fang Ping? No, it couldn't be. Outside, the killing stopped very quickly. Lu Wushan and the rest surrounded Fang Ping. A maple leaf appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and he said with a gloomy expression, "Extermination doesn't believe that Fang Ping can really escape from this place. But all the signs are proving that Fang Ping can't find him. He's extremely bold. He even dared to attack Sir Tianyu. Why is he so bold? Because he's confident. He's confident that no one will find him. He's so confident that even Lord True King can't find him. Extermination can't help but suspect, can't help but think. I want to kill him too much. If I don't kill him, I might have to live in a nightmare for the rest of my life. I can't accept this." Above, the imperial lord looked around and suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, saying slowly, "I've underestimated you. I've actually also suspected that Fang Ping might be hiding in the imperial palace. But I didn't expect, ha ha ha," the imperial lord laughed and said helplessly, "I didn't expect you to be so suspicious. Extermination." Fang Ping's expression was ugly. I can't help but suspect. Imperial Lord, extermination is not being disrespectful. But if I can't find Fong Ping, there will be big trouble sooner or later. Today, I want to check everyone. Maybe you guys think that I'm not qualified. Sir Tianyu is here, but Sir Tianyu checking is inappropriate. I want to wait for the Imperial Lord to return. I have already sent someone to send a message to the True King Hall. When the Imperial Lord returns, let 2 true kings and above in the Imperial City go check. In other words, he did not even trust Tianyu. Lu Wuxian and the rest were visibly moved, but they guarded Feng extermination firmly. Above, the Imperial Lord did not speak again. Tianyu gave Fong Ping a deep look and said slowly, "The Maple King has a good grandson." "You flatter me, sir," Fong Ping said in a low voice. "Extermination is just not satisfied." After returning from the battlefield, extermination has already entered a dead end. If Fong Ping doesn't die, then extermination might die in his hands. Since it has already reached the point where it's either you or I, then extermination can only seek survival. In front of the crowd, Zhao Xingwu said indifferently to say it. "If you want to check the Imperial Lord, why don't I do it on your behalf?" Zhao Xingwu smiled faintly. "Although I'm not as good as a true king, if I were to check inch by inch, I might be able to find some clues." Insolence. The right divine general flew into a rage and shouted, "Zhao Xingwu, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you." "Ha ha ha," Zhao Xingwu laughed. "I'm just saying, can I really do that? Then let's wait for the Maple King and the other true kings to return. Then we'll decide what to do." At this point, Ji Yao and the rest did not speak anymore. The people from Destiny Royal Court looked at each other, looking like they were waiting for a good show. This was really going to be a good show. Feng extermination actually suspected the Imperial Lord. Maybe he was not suspecting at all, but was deliberately looking for an opportunity to let the Maple King investigate the Imperial Lord. Maybe the Maple Mansion was suspecting something? Feng extermination did not even believe in Tianyu's guardian. What a pity. At this moment, Ji Yao suddenly felt that it was a pity that the Maple King was not here. Feng extermination was too anxious. Maybe they should wait. Wait for the Maple King to come and talk about this. At that time, there would really be a good show to watch. At this moment on the throne, true King Tianyu did not speak. The Imperial Lord did not speak either. The basilica continued to sink into an eerie silence. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Fong Ping suddenly cursed. "It can't be so coincidental, damn it." Above the throne, Li Zhu suddenly felt relieved. He shook his head and laughed. "Extermination, you!" Fong Ping did not care about him. He leaped into the air and flew outside. At this moment, Zhao Xingwu and the others had already flown out. In the basilica, Ji Yao also hurriedly used the flight step. Suddenly, she spoke telepathically. "Uncle Wang, isn't this too coincidental?" Just as we suspected Imperial Lord Li, Fong Ping revealed his aura. "Imperial Lord, is there a problem? And Fong Ping, is it really Fong Ping? Or should I say, from the beginning to the end, it was all a trap?" Ji Nan's gaze was complicated. She spoke telepathically. "There are too many inside stories. Maybe it might not be Fong Ping who is causing trouble. The internal strife in the Sky Plant's royal court is too serious. Someone might be using Fong Ping's name to do something. But this time the Maple King and the Imperial Lord's faction have completely fallen out." Ji Nan's tone was also extremely complicated. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. The next moment, in the distance, Feng extermination roared, "What a joke! Fong Ping is the Phoenix Sparrow? This is not Fong Ping's aura at all. What a joke! Ha ha ha, what a great show! Godland actually has such an extraordinary person. The royal court actually has such an extraordinary person. I have learned something new." Feng extermination laughed maniacally. Ji Yao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Phoenix Sparrow? In the distance, in the monster hall in the palace, the Phoenix Sparrow's voice was anxious and angry. How did it become Fong Ping? Moreover, dozens of god generals were surrounding it. It was so scared. Ji Yao, save me! The Phoenix Sparrow screeched madly. Its mentality was fluctuating violently. Save me! These people were looking at it with such terrifying gazes. A few god generals had even controlled it. Its immortal god had just recovered, and now it was injured again. The Sky Plant's royal court was so fierce. It was a descendant of a true king. They could not do this. The Phoenix Sparrow screeched loudly. It also had a true king patriarch. It was also Ji Yao's partner. They could not kill it. It was also because of this that the surrounding god generals did not make a move. Fong Ping was the Phoenix Sparrow? In that instant, they did not know if the aura that the Phoenix Sparrow revealed was Fong Ping's. Almost no one had seen Fong Ping before, except for Ji Yao and Fong extermination, but they recognized the vitality force. Demons like the Phoenix Sparrow also cultivated vitality. However, it was different from the land of rebirth. Why would there be a change in his aura for no reason? In the great hall, Feng Yeshing was laughing hysterically, laughing like a madman. Scam! Despicable! At the same time, in the hall, there were still many people who had not left. Many of them looked at King Lord. King Lord suddenly sighed softly. Who is it? Tian Yu's expression changed. He said slowly, I don't know. Li Zhu! Halfway through a sentence, Tian Yu sighed suddenly and did not say anything else. Who was it? Was it really Fong Ping? At this moment, even he was uncertain. Who was Fong Ping? Or perhaps, from the beginning to the end, there was no Fong Ping. This was a scam created by a person. What was the other party's goal? Tian Yu glanced at Li Zhu from the corner of his eyes. How many more things did he not tell him? Are you really Li Zhu? Chapter 757. Clang clang. In the beast hall, the Phoenix Sparrow was still calling out. Fong Ping's expression was cold. He was no longer laughing maniacally. His expression was grim. When Ji Yao arrived, she felt the Phoenix Sparrow's anxiety and fear. She said angrily, The Phoenix Sparrow can't be Fong Ping. Clang clang. The Phoenix Sparrow nodded hurriedly. It was not Fong Ping. Fong Ping said lightly, Where did this Fong Ping come from? Don't worry, Jiao. I'm not crazy. As Fong Ping said that, he looked around. Seeing that Hua Qidao and the others had also come, he smiled widely, but his tone was cold. Fong Ping? Has anyone seen Fong Ping until now? It's all speculation. If I remember correctly, the one who deliberately led me to think about Fong Ping was Marshal, the current divine general of flowers, right? Fong Ping said lightly, the so-called change of aura and concealment of strength were all said by the divine general of flowers. After the Huai Manor was destroyed, only the divine general of flowers and a few generals of the Tianji army were outside the imperial city. That day, the other divine generals were in the palace, but you guys weren't. After Kuei Ming's death and Feng Hua's disappearance, the Tianji army has been patrolling around the manor. The sky screen appeared to monitor the mansions for our safety? Ha ha ha. To investigate every move of the divine generals in the city. To look for an opportunity. I'm too stupid. Fong Ping shook his head and sighed softly. If I say it's Fong Ping, everyone will believe that it's Fong Ping. Because my grudge with Fong Ping is as deep as the sea, everyone will take my word seriously. Fong Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. His eyes were dark as he said, darkly, brilliant. Too brilliant. The first person in the city who said it might be Fong Ping was me. Now, if I admit it's not Fong Ping, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? Amazing. Extermination is still too young. He's been fooled since the beginning. Fong Ping's words made everyone come to a sudden realization. In the vast imperial city, the the first person to announce Fong Ping's arrival was indeed Feng Yeshing. Hua Qidao did not say it clearly. When the Huai manor was destroyed, Hua Qidao only said a few words. Now that he thought about it, Hua Qidao's words were actually directed at Fong Ping. Lu Wuxian suddenly said with a gloomy face, "If I remember correctly, almost all the immortal generals in the city are under surveillance. Only the left and right marshals of the Tianji army have no supervision, right?" Everyone was speechless. Hua Qidao looked around and said slowly, "What is Palace Lord Lu trying to say?" Lu Wuxian said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Hua Qi said, "You know it better than I do. In the entire imperial city, only you and the right marshal can move freely. You and the right commander often go to Wanting Tower as well. Divine General Jinan and the others thought that you were there to assist in the investigation and capture the culprit. But who knew if someone had done it on purpose? We can't find the thief. The thief is among you. Of course, we can't find him. Palace Master Lu, are you saying that it was me and the right commander who took action?" "He, isn't it?" Hua Qidao said plainly, "Palace Lord Lu has overestimated me. I admit that I am still not good enough to fool the heavenly generals. The right commander can." Lu Wuxian sneered. "Not only the right commander, but the three powerhouses of the past can as well." Having said that, Lu Wuxian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Forget it. Everything is just speculation. I won't say much. When Lord Feng Wang returns, he will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At this moment, Lu Wuxian and the others no longer believed in the Lord's faction. Not just the Lord's faction, but Tian Yu as well. Tian Yu might be in cahoots with the Lord's faction. Including the explosion of the mine, it could all be a self-directed and self-acted show. Several heavenly generals surrounded Fong Ping, Hua Yu, and the others. Some heavenly generals were also extremely vigilant, surrounding the crown princes. The other true king descendants, who were not crown princes, were also protected by heavenly generals. Some of the true king descendants held various items in their hands. A true king's avatar. Not every true king would be willing to cut off a true king's avatar. This thing was quite damaging to a true king. In the past, when Minister Wang had sent Zhang Tao's avatar to Fong Ping, he had even warned him not to let other true kings snatch it away. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly destroyed the avatar while fighting Zhang Tao, it could easily cause Zhang Tao to freeze for a moment. That was why true kings' avatars were rare, but there were 49 true kings in Sky Plant's royal court. Even if not all of them had cut off their mentality, there were still 8 to 10 of them. At this moment, at least 6 or 7 of them had mentality avatars in their hands. Seeing this, Hua Qidao suddenly let out a long sigh in his heart. The Lord's faction might be in trouble this time. Even he did not dare to think about it. The first person to mention Fong Ping was not him, not Feng Yeshing, but the Lord. No one had seen Fong Ping before. Even he had not seen him before. It was just a shop's manager who had disappeared. At that time, no one had sensed Fong Ping's aura, so no one could confirm that it was Fong Ping. The one who had confirmed it was Fong Ping was the Lord. What a show! Beside him, Ji Yao glanced angrily at the crowd, her heart filled with rage. This time, she did not care about Sky Plant's royal court's losses, but Sky Fate Royal Court had suffered heavy losses. Among the 5 high-ranked monsters, 2 were dead, and the remaining 3 were heavily injured. When Thousand Court Tower exploded earlier, the middle-ranked martial artists she had brought with her were almost all dead. Now, out of the 100 people in the envoy group, there were only about 20 high-ranked martial artists left. In the end, it was proven that all of this was caused by Sky Plant's royal court's own internal strife. She even wanted Uncle King to cooperate with Sky Plant's royal court to eliminate Fong Ping. But in the end, she was played in the palm of someone else's hand. How hateful! While it was hateful, it was also terrifying. On Sky Plant's royal court side, someone wanted to be the mastermind. Lord Li had serious suspicions. Not only Lord Li, but King Maple's faction might also have some plans. These people looked extremely stupid, but they were just playing dumb. At this moment, Ji Yao felt a chill in her heart. Sky Plant's royal court might look like a mess, but did they really lose much of their strength? It was just a loss of face. The one who had really suffered heavy losses was Sky Fate Royal Court. A true king powerhouse had fallen. These people schemed casually, and they did not suffer many losses themselves. Sky Fate Royal Court was just cooperating, but in just a few days a true king had died. Can we really cooperate with Sky Plant's royal court? Although Lord King and Father are strong, sometimes strength is not enough to change everything. Without an overwhelming advantage, these people are so cunning. Can King Ancestor and the rest really scheme to win against Sky Plant's royal court that has been fighting with the Land of Rebirth for countless years? Ji Yao suddenly wavered. At this moment, in her eyes, Sky Plant's royal court was a gathering place for a group of sinister villains. Sky Fate Royal Court liked to be straightforward, using strength to crush everything. However, Sky Fate Royal Court could not crush Sky Plant's royal court. In this case, if they cooperated, perhaps Sky Fate Royal Court would suffer a great loss. No, they had already suffered a great loss. A true king powerhouse had fallen. This was already an unbearable loss. Ji Yao looked around, gently comforting Phoenix Sparrow, no longer saying anything. Her heart was cold. This was not a place to stay for long. Fang Ping was also observing everyone. He said slowly, whether or not Phoenix Sparrow, is it, Uncle Wushin? You and God General Ji Nan check it out. Otherwise, if we can't find Fang Ping after some time, someone will say that Phoenix Sparrow is Fang Ping in disguise and has already left the Imperial City. That would be a joke. Lu Wushin and the rest sneered. That was really possible. Ji Nan saw the situation and did not stop them. He said in a low voice, then check it out carefully. However, Fang Ping is disguised as a demon. Forget it. I don't want to say anything more. What a joke. If Fang Ping really had this ability, then from now on, no one in the world would have the ability to capture Fang Ping. He could even disguise as a monster. That meant that Fang Ping could disguise as anything. No matter how strong a golden body powerhouse was, there was still a limit. Everyone stopped talking. Lu Wushin and Ji Nan began to check Phoenix Sparrow inch by inch. Phoenix Sparrow's cries became much sharper. It was a female. These guys, they had gone too far. It was also a descendant of a true king. After leaving Sky Plant's royal court this time, it wanted to return to the Guardian Royal Court to complain. The people of Sky Plant's royal court were not good people. They had humiliated it again and again. In the midst of Phoenix Sparrow's sharp cries, Lu Wushin retracted his mentality. He shook his head and said no. Of course, if Fang Ping can disguise as a demon, that means he can change at will. Actually, it's the same whether we check or not. There's no way to check at all. Lu Wushin smiled faintly. If he can even disguise as a demon, then what's so difficult about disguising his internal organs? Now that even the demons are suspicious, there's no way to check anymore. Lu Wushin's words silenced everyone again. That was right. If Fang Ping could even disguise as a demon, then what else could he not disguise as? Checking the internal organs at this time. That would be a huge joke. Demons and humans were fundamentally different. If he could even disguise as a demon, why would he be afraid that he could not change his internal organs? As Lu Wushin said that, he laughed and said, actually, there's no need to check anymore, because we might have been checking on a Fang Ping that doesn't even exist in Godland. Maybe the other party is still free and unfettered in the Land of Rebirth. If this gets out, I'm afraid will be the biggest joke in the world. If the Land of Rebirth finds out, I don't know what a joke it will be. Lu Wushin shook his head. This was really a big joke. In the crowd, Jiao said coldly, doesn't Sky Plant's royal court have spies in the Land of Rebirth? Let them go and confirm it. Hua Qidao frowned. In order to besiege and kill Fang Ping previously, the spies had been completely wiped out. Moreover, if Fang Ping really wanted to leave, he wouldn't do it with great fanfare, Fang Ping sneered. At this time, if Fang Ping appeared in the outer territory or somewhere else, that would be interesting. It's a pity that every place is besieging Fang Ping now. If not, I might be able to enjoy a big show this time. After saying that, Fang Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao seemed to be telepathically connected with him at this time. Suddenly, she snorted coldly and said, "Then force Fang Ping to show himself. Isn't MCMAU in the 7th Southern Territory? Now the 7th Southern Territory is besieging MCMAU and killing all of them. How can he not show himself?" Fang Ping's heart stirred. The 7th Southern Territory was besieging MCMAU? Damn it. When did this happen? He mentioned this on purpose. In fact, he wanted to wait for news from Old Wang and the others to come, deliberately leading Ji Yao and the others to think that if they besieged and killed Old Wang and the others, maybe Fang Ping would show himself. However, Fang Ping did not expect that the catacombs was already doing it. They were besieging MCMAU. Damn it. Nothing will happen, right? Fang Ping was anxious and angry. He really did not know about this. He also did not know if Feng Miasheng knew about it. At that moment, he could not open his mouth to ask anything. As it turned out, Feng Miasheng probably did not know, because very soon Lu Wushan raised an eyebrow and said, "The 7th Southern Territory is besieging MCMAU?" Ji Yao snorted. "Why? You guys don't know. Isn't the 7th Southern Territory ordered by the Sky Plant's royal court that anyone who kills MCMAU will be rewarded?" Beside her, Hua Qidao said in a low voice, "This is the military order passed by the Sky Plant's army." Lu Wushan snorted and said, "Unhappily, silence them." Hua Qidao said angrily, "The royal court and the land of rebirth have been at war for many years. MCMAU has caused heavy losses in the outer territory several times. Does the Sky Plant's army not even have the full strength to annihilate MCMAU?" This matter was not considered wrong. Annihilating MCMAU was also what the entire royal court hoped to see. Lu Wushan heard that and did not say anything else. Fang Ping, however, sneered. "It seems like the Sky Plant's army thinks that all the royal residences are useless, annihilating MCMAU. Yet they don't know about us. I'd like to see if you guys can annihilate MCMAU, whether you can force Fang Ping out. Maybe we'll have to put on another great show with great momentum and heavy losses." In the end, Fang Ping did not even show his face. "I'm afraid you guys won't dare to push too hard, lest Fang Ping really shows up. Feng Miasheng." Hua Qidao's expression was ugly. He said angrily, "Enough is enough. Some things are not up to you. Do you really think that you, a commander-level martial artist, can provoke us again and again?" Fang Ping said indifferently, "So what if I am? The city will continue to be locked down. I'd like to see if the 7th Southern Territory can really force Fang Ping out. If MCMAU really suffered heavy losses and Fang Ping still did not show up, it did not mean that he was heartless and selfish. It did not mean that he was really not in the land of rebirth. However, if Fang Ping was really forced out, some things could be explained. Could Fang Ping, who appeared in the outer territory, clone himself and come to the palace again? Fang Ping sneered and said, "However, forcing Fang Ping to show up in the 7th Southern Territory might not be possible. I think it's best to kill a few people close to Fang Ping and find a place that he feels safe. That would be even better." Beside him, Jiao said lightly, "Who is he close to?" "As far as I know, although Fang Ping is from MCMAU, he has no blood relations with them. Now that he's wanted, even if we kill all the people from MCMAU, he might not show up." Fang Ping smiled. "I think there's still hope for this. Others might not know, but isn't Zhao Shuai here? Ask Zhao Shuai and you might get something. Now, I'd like to see if Fang Ping is hiding in the Imperial City. There might be a way to force Fang Ping to show up." Ji Yao nodded slightly. That was true. Zhao Xingwu came from the land of rebirth. He might know a way. Very soon, everyone returned to the myriad Dao temple. Fang Ping did not even look at the king lord. He looked straight at Zhao Xingwu and said with a smile, Zhao Shuai, it's very easy to determine if Fang Ping is in the city now. Force Fang Ping to show up. The Heavenly Plants Army has already ordered the 7 Southern Territory to besiege MCMAU. However, MCMAU is only a sect after all. Fang Ping and MCMAU are not related. He might not show up. Zhao Shuai came from the land of rebirth. Do you know any way to force Fang Ping to enter the Divine Land? As he said that, Fang Ping did not wait for Zhao Xingwu to answer. He suddenly looked at the King Lord and said with a smile, King, maybe we can let the cults from the land of rebirth test him. Li Zhu said lightly, last time we suffered heavy losses. The hierarch could not show up. I'm afraid there's nothing he can do. Maybe Zélie Caro is willing. Fang Ping said thoughtfully. Li Zhu gave him a deep look and said lightly, Zélie Caro is from the Pantheon Heaven. I have no way to command him. Maybe Lord Maple King can instruct him. If that's the case, there's no other way to determine if Fang Ping is still in the land of rebirth? Fang Ping looked at Zhao Xingwu again and said, Zhao Shuai, is there no one close to Fang Ping in the land of rebirth? If we kill these people, we will definitely anger Fang Ping and force him to show up. Is there no one? Zhao Xingwu said lightly, Of course there are, and there are quite a few. MCMAU Longevity, Sword Li Changsheng. Longevity Sword is not Fang Ping's teacher, but they are very close. If we kill Longevity Sword, there is a high possibility that Fang Ping will show up and take revenge. NMAU's god of blood war Wang Jinyang. This person is Fang Ping's first martial arts teacher. They are from the same hometown and have entered the catacombs together many times. They are friends who have gone through life and death together. When the divine sect attacked Fang Ping in the past, Wang Jinyang saved his life. Li Changxing and Wang Jinyang both saved Fang Ping's life. Although I have thought of killing Fang Ping before, I still admire him. He will never ignore saving his life. He will definitely repay the kindness. If we kill his savior, he will definitely show up and take revenge. He will not rest until he is dead. Wang Jinyang. At this moment, Fang Ping frowned slightly and murmured, I think I've heard this person's name before. Beside him, Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said, Of course you've heard of Feng Miesheng. You've even seen him before. Have you forgotten about Fang Ping's accomplices in the Land of Kings? This empress has investigated everything clearly. These people are all from martial arts universities. No, Jiang Chao is from Star Town. Other than Jiang Chao, the others are all martial arts universities. Among them is Wang Jinyang, the saber-carrying person who stood with Fang Ping in the Land of Kings that day. As she said that, Jiao added, A few days ago, I have also seen him in the 18 southern regions. He has also reached commander level. Fang Ping understood. He frowned and said, Now that you mention it, I remember now. It's him. He saved Fang Ping's life before? As he said that, Fang Ping shook his head and said, I want to kill him, but I don't know where he is. If that's the case, then kill Longevity Sword. I also want to see if Fang Ping will sit and watch Longevity Sword die. Lu Wushan interrupted. That's hard to say. Even Longevity Sword has been killed. Even if he is in the Land of Rebirth, he might not dare to show up. Above, Wang Lord said lightly, Are you sure that Fang Ping is still in the Land of Rebirth? Fang Ping said calmly, There's no harm in trying. Even if he is not, after killing Longevity Sword and Wang Jinyang, keeping their heads and hanging them at the Imperial City Gate, if Fang Ping is still in the Imperial City, will he show up? Maybe, maybe not, at least it's a chance. Having said that, Fang Ping raised his head and said, I'm afraid the effect of checking is not that great now. Fang Ping chuckled. There are 10 million people. How are we going to check? Unless we do as I said, exterminate everyone in the Imperial City, not just the humans, but also the demons, or even destroy the entire imperial city, leaving only a few important figures to keep watch at all times. Perhaps this is the only way to completely prevent Fong Ping from sneaking into our midst. Otherwise, if we want to find someone whose existence we don't know, Fong Ping laughed and said, "Of course, this is extremely important. If we destroy the entire imperial city without confirming whether Fong Ping is in the imperial city or not, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Therefore, the most important thing now is to confirm whether the person who sneaked into the imperial city is Fong Ping himself." Among the crowd, someone quickly agreed, "That's right. Now that everyone is panicking, we can't go on like this. At the very least, we have to confirm whether it's Fong Ping creating chaos or not. If in the end, when there are countless casualties and everyone is looking for Fong Ping and Fong Ping finally shows up in the land of rebirth, in the outskirts, then the name of the royal court will really be tarnished." "That's right, that makes sense." Everyone agreed one after another. Now they were looking for Fong Ping everywhere, making everyone anxious. Everyone did not trust each other, and it was already a mess. But in the end, even the imperial city was ruthless enough to be destroyed, and they finally found out that Fong Ping was free and unfettered in the land of rebirth. That would be the biggest joke of all time. Because of a person who did not exist, Skyplant City that had stood tall for 10 million years was destroyed. At the thought of this scene, everyone's faces turned green. If this spread out, everyone would really die of laughter. Everyone was talking, but Fong Ping was praying in his heart. "Old Wang, oh Old Wang, I'm afraid you're in trouble now. But even if you're in trouble, hurry up and make some noise now. Let others know that you're in the land of imperial battlegrounds. This way, I'll have an excuse to kill you. I have to go." If he did not go now, his life would really be hanging by a thread. There might be something wrong with the royal lord. If there was no problem, now that the royal lord had agreed to be checked, everyone would be checked one by one, and he would be in danger. However, if the royal lord did not agree to be checked now, Fong Ping and the others would not continue to check either. There was no need for that. If the guy who was the biggest suspect did not agree to be checked, then it would be a joke if the others kept checking. When martial artists cultivated to this level, who would not have any secrets, especially the elemental Tao powerhouses, they would almost never agree to be checked by the true king. True King Tianyu would also not check these people here hastily. These people were either the true king's descendants or God general-level powerhouses. Check them, unless they had their permission. Among the 49 true king's descendants, some of them might even know the true king's elemental Tao. This was related to some true king's elemental Tao, including those God generals' elemental Tao, who knew what would happen if a true king were to check them unscrupulously. At high ranks, mentality had reached the stage of materialization. Unless the other party's mentality was destroyed, or the true king voluntarily released his mentality to allow the true king to check. Otherwise, the true king would not be able to see through anything. At this time, only if the royal lord took the lead and agreed, and another true king who was not on the same side as Tianyu came to supervise together, would there be hope of completing this project. When the Maple King returned, this matter might be agreed upon. Fong Ping was still thinking about these. Above, Li Zhu said calmly, "Then let's try. Someone, go inform the 7th Southern Territory. Kill the MCMAU people as soon as possible, and bring Li Changxing's head to me." Having said that, Li Zhu said again, "The matter with Fong Ping will be put aside for now. Now that everyone is suspicious of each other, I'm afraid we can no longer convince everyone. Today is the Holy Fruit Feast. Let's return to the main topic. First, determine the ownership of the holy fruit. All the retainers are dead. If you want to fight for the holy fruit, then it'll depend on your own abilities." Fong Ping snorted coldly in his heart. Was the royal lord changing the topic, or was he trying to win back around, deliberately making everyone fight for it? Once he made a move, there was no way to hide it. When that time came, everything would fall apart on its own. Even if the Maple King returned, it would be useless. Once Fong Ping was found, there was no need to investigate any more. Old man, there's definitely something fishy going on. Even at this time, you still want to dig me out. Fong Ping was sure that the royal lord probably suspected that he was still among this group of people. Maybe the royal lord had already guessed that Feng Yexing was Fong Ping. This possibility was not impossible. However, at this time, he dared not let anyone check him. The only one present who was qualified to check him was Tian Yu. On Tian Yu's side, however, if Fong Ping did not agree, Tian Yu would not check him hastily. He was the Maple King's grandson. If the Maple King did not come, Fong Ping would not agree, unless Tian Yu wanted to turn against the Maple King. You want me to make a move, right? If I don't fight for the holy fruit now, it would be a joke if I quit. No one would believe that I don't want the holy fruit. Fong Ping thought to himself. He did not say it himself, but looked at Lu Wuxian. My ability is not good enough. I can't get the holy fruit. It's time for the Maple King's faction to do something. As expected, Lu Wuxian was very cooperative. He said immediately, King, the holy fruit is to make the weak stronger, not to let the weak kill each other. Your Highnesses, you are all priceless. How can you treat this like child's play? Besides, many of your Highnesses have Lord, true King's avatars. If you make a mistake in the heat of the battle, won't blood be spilled in the myriad Tao Temple? Lu Wuxian said with a smile. Now that there are so many things going on in the Imperial City, I think it's better for Lord Tian Yu to decide for himself. Lu Wuxian looked calm. Should Tian Yu protect the Maple King's faction? If he gave it, there was nothing to say. If he did not, it would be purposely targeting the Maple King's faction. Currently, the Maple King had contacted many true kings. In the Hall of True Kings, other than the Hall Master, he was the most powerful. Feng Yexing was also the Lord's most likely successor. If the guardian of the royal court did not approve of the Feng family, then there were some things that needed to be discussed. The decision was entirely up to Tian Yu. Tian Yu had protected the Sky Plant's royal court for nearly 1,000 years. Naturally, it was not without benefits, nor was he so selfless. If Tian Yu was really biased towards the Lord's faction, then it was hard to say whether the guardian of the royal court would still be Tian Yu. On the throne in the hall, Tian Yu the guardian glanced at Lu Wuxian, then at Fong Ping. Finally, he said slowly, What is everyone's decision? Lord, decide for yourself. No one dared to refute. This was Tian Yu's. He could give it to whoever he wanted. Tian Yu was also a true king, so it was not their place to question him. Hearing that, true King Tian Yu pondered for a moment. After a long while, one of the two fruits in front of him floated to Fong Ping. The other one. Tian Yu seemed to hesitate for a moment. Initially, according to the Lord's intentions, this holy fruit should still be given to the Maple King's faction. However, Tian Yu did not do so at this moment. The fruit floated out slowly. In the next moment, many people looked surprised. In the crowd, Bai Shan Yue was dumbfounded. Give it to me? He gave it to me. He could not believe it. Why did he give it to him? This was too unexpected. Li Zhu glanced at Bai Shan Yue, then at Tian Yu from the corner of his eyes. He did not say anything. True King Tian Yu said lightly, I'm tired. Let's stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yu disappeared. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Given to Bai Shan Yue? He had thought of many people, but he did not expect Tian Yu to give it to Bai Shan Yue. This meant that Destiny Royal Court had gotten 2 holy fruits this time, even more than Sky Plant's Royal Court. On Destiny Royal Court's side, Ji Nan was delighted at first, then her expression changed. She quickly transmitted her voice. Yao, be careful. Ji Yao was quite happy at first, but she was confused at first, then her expression changed slightly. Beside her ear, Ji Nan said gloomily, I thought it would be given to someone from Sky Plant's royal court. I didn't expect it to be given to Bai Shan Yue. Once Bai Shanyue achieves divine general quickly, your position as lord may not be secure. Ji Yao's expression changed again. Damn it, she had almost forgotten about this. Although the Ji family was strong, they could not do whatever they wanted in the royal court. King Bai Shanyue was also very strong. If his grandson achieved divine general, then the fight for lord would be a little uncertain. Tianyu was deliberately provoking destiny royal courts, internal strife. Otherwise, she could have quickly entered venerable after consuming the holy fruit and quickly caught up to Bai Shanyue and the others. Then, with the Ji family's resources, she could quickly enter divine general. Bai Shanyue and the others might not be as fast as her. Ji Yao was still thinking. In the main hall, the Lord said slowly, "Then let's disperse." However, for the next few days, it's best that everyone does not leave Skyplant City. As for how to deal with Fong Ping's matter, we'll discuss it after Lord Maple and the others return. It would still take some time for Lord Maple to return. Li Zhu thought to himself. He looked at the people in the hall, but did not say anything in the end. He got up and walked slowly to the back of the hall. Fong Ping. Feng Mieshing? Is it him? Or someone else? Li Zhu thought to himself. Even he was slightly puzzled at this moment. Fong Ping was definitely among this group of people. He was sure. What a pity. Maybe I should have killed him. Li Zhu felt a little regretful again. Everything that happened today made him wary of Fong Ping. This kind of person was quite dangerous. However, at this time, it was not good to cause more trouble. Chapter 758. In the main hall, Tianyu left. Lord Wang left. Fong Ping did not leave. Fong Ping said suddenly, "Uncle Wuxin, Jingzhu and the other uncles, Ancestor Wang hasn't returned for the past few days. All of you must be tired. Come to Prince Feng Mansion and rest for a few days." Their expressions changed drastically when they heard that. Some of the true king descendants' expressions changed too. What did Feng Mieshing mean? Fong Ping looked around, his expression amused. "I'm afraid Ancestor Wang hasn't returned and died here. The Imperial City is too dangerous now. If not for the fact that we haven't caught Fong Ping and confirmed whether he's here, we'd all be prepared to leave." Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Ji Yao. "Ji Yao, you'd better come with me. It's not too late to leave after Ancestor Wang returns. Now that he was leaving, if something happened on the way and he died here, Duke Feng's mansion would not bear any responsibility. By then, it might be Fong Ping's doing again." Ji Yao's expression was livid. "Sky plants, royal courts, business better not involve us. Feng Mieshing, I don't care what you do. The royal court has reached its limit. If something happens to me, none of you can escape." At this time, Ji Yao was also shocked and angry. Would these people dare to make a move against them? Sky Plant's royal court must be crazy, but they even dared to plot against true monarch mystic Jade to death. What else would they not dare to do? Fong Ping laughed and said playfully, "That has nothing to do with me. Ji Yao, it's up to you whether to go to Prince Feng Mansion or not. But I said you'll be safer when Ancestor Wang returns. Prince Feng Mansion doesn't want anything to happen to you. After all, you and I have a chance to become a family." "Shut up." Ji Yao was furious. She had had enough of these people. If she had known this, she would have invited a true king powerhouse to accompany her. She wouldn't have been afraid to return to the royal court. She did not dare. Would someone intercept them on the way back to the royal court now? Ji Nan and Xiantong were both divine path powerhouses. But if someone like the right divine general came, they could be killed. What was the benefit of killing them? Were they trying to frame Fong Ping? That would be underestimating their father and the others? Or were they trying to kill with a borrowed knife? Lord Li and Prince Feng were prepared to use Destiny Royal Court to eliminate the other party? Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that. The Maple King's faction and the King Lord's faction had already fallen out. What tricks does King Li have up his sleeve? Is it related to the true monarch hall master of the Heaven Plant's royal court? Who was the person behind Prince Li? Many questions flashed in the minds of many people. As for what happened in the imperial city, it was more like a farce. Fang Ping walked out slowly, still on high alert. He was still in danger. There was no increase in wealth after obtaining the holy fruit. This meant that he was in great danger and could lose his life at any moment. King Lord, or Tianyu. Fang Ping was sure that these two were the ones who were suspecting him. Otherwise, according to the current situation, almost no one would suspect him anymore, and he would not be in danger. However, if his wealth did not increase, it meant that he was in extreme danger. I must leave as soon as possible. Lao Wang, your ability to stir up trouble is not good enough. Fang Ping felt very helpless. Old Wang and the others really could not do it. They had been in the king's battlefield for quite a few days, right? After so many days, why hasn't there been any big commotion? What kind of life is this? At the same time, Wang Jinyang and the others were fleeing frantically as they were being chased. Li Hansong could not hold on any longer. As he flew, he roared, "Still chasing? If you keep chasing, I'll use my ultimate move. Detonate the origin, and we'll die together." As he said that, a shiny thing appeared in his hand. He roared, "Do you want to die together? You're just a bunch of lackeys. Do you think you're qualified to kill us?" Behind them, some people who were chasing slowly stopped in their tracks. Someone asked telepathically, "Is this the true king's origin?" Everyone was not sure. They were not big shots. Only a few of them had seen the true king's origin before. Someone said telepathically, "It's not easy to tell. We're not familiar with these things. I'm afraid only the highnesses know." Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Then do you want to die together with them? These people were communicating with each other. Some were unwilling, some were angry. Soon, someone said, "The highnesses will be here soon. Seal the exit and don't let them leave. Send more people to patrol at the border wall. Don't give them a chance to enter the general territory. Now, this is the only way to prevent them from escaping. Why don't a few of you go test it out and see if it's the true king's origin?" The crowd was instantly silenced. What a joke! If it was really the true king's origin, then the people who tested it would be completely annihilated. Moreover, the other party had 4 people. If they wanted to force them to use the true king's origin, it would not be enough without 10 people. Everyone was rank 7. Who could let more than 10 rank 7 martial artists go to their deaths? Everyone was silent. Their movements slowed down. In front, Li Hansong and the others ran very fast. After running for a while, Qin Fingqing's face was pale. He said, "Luckily, these people are very afraid of death. If they really came, we'd be finished." After saying that, he said, "Ironhead, you bastard. Can't you use this thing to pretend to be the absolute vile origin every time? Can't you change it?" Li Hansong said in surprise, "Pretend? I'm not pretending. This is the absolute vile origin. Get lost." Qin Fengqing cursed. "Are you kidding me?" Li Hansong said with a serious face, "It's true. This is our trump card, our final ultimate move. If we can't beat them, we'll scare them. Of course, I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. But if it really comes to the last minute, I'll release it and we'll die together." Qin Fingqing's face was blank. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Really?" "Of course. Bastard." Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. "So the trump card you guys were talking about is this thing? Is it for mutual destruction?" At this time, Old Wang sent a voice transmission to Li Hansong and said with a smile, "Look at how scared he is. Don't scare him anymore." Li Hansong was very serious again. He said, "Old Wang, I'm not scaring anyone." Li Hansong was very serious. He did not send a voice transmission. He said, You think I'm scaring you? It's really the absolute vile origin. When I release it one day, remember to run properly. You might not necessarily die. When that time comes, I'll use the divine armor to protect you. No, old Wang. You and Yao Qingjun can also transform your weapons to protect yourselves. As for Qin Fengqing, I can't do anything about that. Wang Jinyang was stunned. He could not help but ask, really? Of course. Where did you get this thing? Wang Jinyang was stunned. He had thought it was fake too. How did it become King real? Was it not used to scare the people in the catacombs? Li Hansong said casually, the director gave it to me. Huh. The few of them looked surprised. When did he give it to you? Why didn't we know? Li Hansong said as he sprinted. Before we came, the director said that we're going to the battlefield of kings. We need to get something to protect ourselves, so he gave it to us. That's not right. Yao Qingjun's expression was slightly stiff. We're going to the battlefield of kings. The director doesn't know, right? The other three looked at him in disdain. Stop joking. Why were you so honest? How could old Zhang not know that they were going to the battlefield of kings? How was that possible? Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. He only sighed. Next time, don't say some things. Give me a look. It's not safe to talk about anything now. Maybe we were overheard when we talked about this on the internet last time. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Hansong did not care about this. He said, right, the director said that if we reach the rank 9 territory, we should throw this thing out. Maybe there'll be a big scene. What else did he say? He also said, Li Hansong thought for a while before saying, he also said that it's best if Fang Ping throws it again. We can hide for a while. Otherwise, the probability of us dying is 99%. Wang Jinyang paused for a while before saying, the director knows everything. He's just watching the show. Let's talk about this later. We can't even get out of the rank 7 territory now, let alone the rank 9 territory. Having said that, Wang Jinyang said again, someone left the rank 7 territory recently. Did he call for help? I'm not sure. As they spoke, Qin Fengqing panted. Guys, I really can't take it anymore. If this goes on, we'll really die here. Do we have a way out? They looked at each other. After a while, Li Hansong said dryly, do we? Qin Fengqing was confused at first, then despair. Did they? These words were not confident at all. Li Hansong said sheepishly, don't worry. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. We should be fine. If we can't, we'll find a ruin to hide. Who knows, we might reach rank 8 in a day. When that time comes, we won't have to be afraid of these people anymore. Qin Fengqing had lost all hope. After a long time, he said in grief and indignation, I'm not going with you bastards anymore. They snorted. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Can you blame us? Now you're scared. Li Hansong did not care about him. He looked behind him. Seeing that no one was chasing after them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about this. Find a place to rest. We'll find a chance to attack them later. Qin Fengqing had already accepted his fate. If Fang Ping did not come this time, they would really be finished. These guys were not reliable at all. The so-called trump card was actually a bomb that would kill them all. Skyplant City, residence of Prince Feng. Fang Ping still did not move. Around him, a few god generals were on high alert, guarding him without moving. Fang Ping did not speak either. The danger was still there. Even if he had reached residence of Prince Feng, there were still people watching him. He was now 100% sure that he might have been targeted. One or both of King Lord and Tian were watching him. Even now, his wealth had not increased. Looks like it's still necessary to muddy the waters. Otherwise, something bad might happen this time. Fang Ping thought to himself. The green fruit appeared in his hand. What's the effect of this thing? How much is it worth? Fang Ping was not sure how useful the holy fruit was, but he could feel wisps of charm circulating around the fruit. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to consume it, not to mention that his wealth did not increase, It was best to consume this fruit in a quiet place and a safe place, lest his aura was exposed when he cultivated. At this moment, Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Beside him, Lu Wushan also said, Fengji is back. Isn't he at the king's battleground? Fang Ping suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He hoped that good news had arrived. However, he did not know this Fengji. It was better to wait for someone else to interact with him first. Fang Ping said, Uncle Wushan, can I trouble you to ask about the situation? These people now. I can't trust them. Lu Wushan did not say much and walked out quickly. After a while, Lu Wushan brought a young martial artist in and said, Something happened at the king's battleground. A few martial artists who resurrected are killing martial artists everywhere at the king's battleground. It seems it has something to do with Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted immediately, Tell me who is causing trouble at the king's battleground? The man called Fengji said hurriedly, There are a total of 4 people. No, 5 people. The Jiang family's Jiang Hao, and someone who seems to be Fang Ping's brother, Qin Fengqing. There are 3 other people, Li Han Song. Fang Ping shouted hurriedly, Is there a martial artist whose entire body is wrapped in vitality when he fights? Yes, right, I think he's called Wang Jinyang. The other person is… Fang Ping was already ignoring him. He suddenly laughed loudly. A God-given opportunity. Wang Jinyang is actually at the king's battleground. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He did not hide it. He walked out of the hall directly, rose into the air, and shouted, Ji Yao! In the next moment, in a mansion not far away, Ji Yao raised her head and glanced at Feng Yexing, who was in the sky above Prince Feng's mansion. She snorted coldly and ignored him. Fang Ping shouted again, Come quickly. The king's battleground. Wang Jinyang has appeared at the king's battleground. Not only Wang Jinyang, but Fang Ping's accomplices who attacked us last time are also at the king's battleground. As soon as he said that, Ji Yao did not care about the king's court's rules anymore. She rose into the air directly and shouted coldly, Is this true? Fengji, speak. Fang Ping shouted softly. Fengji was still a little confused. Fang Ping had not come yet. Why was His Highness so excited? However, he did not have the chance to ask now. He said hurriedly, Reporting to Your Highness, everything is true. Not only have my subordinates returned, but there are also people from the other Highness's side. As for Destiny Royal Court, Her Highness Ji Yao also sent someone back to Destiny Royal Court to report. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here. Fang Ping ignored him and laughed. I was just about to force Fang Ping to show himself. I didn't expect Her Highness Ji Yao to be here. In the Outland, Longevity Sword and the others might run back to the Land of Rebirth. They might not be able to kill him. However, in the king's battleground, as long as the entrance is blocked, they have nowhere to run. Fengji, is the entrance still in our hands? Yes. Fengji said hurriedly, At the entrance, we and Destiny Royal Court have sent people to guard it. They can't come out. However, they are cunning and may have brought True King's origin with them. They have used it to threaten us a few times. Also, Destiny Royal Court, Fengji glanced at Ji Yao. Fang Ping laughed coldly. Needless to say, they are definitely unwilling to cooperate. Fang Ping sneered and did not continue. He said, So, Fang Ping's accomplices are now trapped in the king's battleground. Fang Ping glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression changed. She said, What do you plan to do? Do you still need to ask? Fang Ping's expression was cold. Kill them, especially Wang Jinyang. It's best if we can capture him alive. If not, then we'll kill him. Spread the news and force Fang Ping to show himself. As long as we can confirm that Fang Ping is not in the Land of Rebirth, then the Imperial City. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said slowly, Maybe it really is Fang Ping. No one can be sure until the very end. Ji Yao frowned slightly. It won't be easy to kill them in the king's battleground. Although there aren't many of them, the area is huge. If they want to hide, Fang Ping said, no matter how they hide, they will come out sooner or later. As long as the entrance is guarded, they can't escape. However, Fang Ping glanced at the imperial city and said slowly, the imperial city can't be locked down forever. That's why we have to kill Wang Jinyang as soon as possible and confirm Fang Ping's whereabouts. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said slowly, Jiao, ask a few of your people to come out and follow me to the king's battleground. When we reach the king's battleground, ask your people to listen to my orders. This time, I will personally lead people to annihilate them. You're going? Ji Yao humphed. If you go, you still want the Destiny Royal Court to listen to you? When that time comes, it's hard to say how many people will be left alive. Why don't you hand your people over to me? I will surround and kill them. Fang Ping sneered. You? Other than letting them go, what else can you do? If it wasn't for you last time, Fang Ping would have died in the king's battleground. Bastard. Ji Yao, I'm not your subordinate. Don't yell at me. Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Fang Ping ignored her and shouted, all the commanders in the residence, follow me to the king's battleground. In Prince Fang's residence, the commander-level powerhouses rose into the air. Willow Wuxian and the rest rushed over too. Seeing that, Willow Wuxian frowned and said, Your Highness, you don't have to go personally and risk your life. I can just bring some people over. Fang Ping shook his head and said, Uncle Wuxian, if I don't go, these people might not do their best. As he said that, Fang Ping added, Of course, extermination has a request. Please speak, Your Highness. Elders, all the commander-level martial artists in the residence who are qualified to enter the king's battleground, follow me. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, This time I want nothing to go wrong. Not only the commander level, but also the venerable realm. Let people enter the venerable territory, find the weak point of the border wall, and kill those people. The more people, the better. I don't believe that these people can't be killed. Seeing that he insisted, Willow Wuxian said in a low voice, Then I'll go with you. Fang Ping looked around and said, Okay. Also, Jing Zhu and the other uncles don't have to follow. Continue to lock down the imperial city. When I confirm Fang Ping's situation, Ancestor Wang should be here. When that time comes, if Fang Ping still hasn't appeared, then Ancestor Wang will make the decision. As he said that, Jiao suddenly said, Uncle Wang, let's go to the king's battleground too. Jinan, who had rushed over, frowned slightly. Jiao humphed and said, I also want to see if Fang Ping will appear in the king's battleground or in Skyplant City. If he dares to come to the king's battleground this time, you must make him stay. If he doesn't appear, then take Wang Jinyang's head and go to 7 Southern Territory. If he still doesn't appear, then he might be in Skyplant City. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. Jiao, you're coming too? What a joke. Is the king's battleground your residence? Can I go? Of course not. Fang Ping laughed. That's good too. This time, you and I will work together. Jiao, this time don't get captured alive again. Humph. When Jiao heard that, her expression turned ugly instantly. She looked at him and said, You should pray that the whole army doesn't get wiped out again. Last time, it wasn't me who got all my subordinates killed. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked at everyone and said, Then let's gather the martial artists now and go to the king's battleground. Having said that, Fang Ping suddenly frowned and said, Hurry up and be quiet. This is to prevent Fang Ping from getting wind of the news and blending in with these people. The people that Uncle Wang brought must be carefully checked later. Along the way, Uncle Wuxian must also pay more attention to prevent Fang Ping from blending in. Everyone nodded and did not say much. They all went back to gather the martial artists who were qualified to go to the king's battleground. It was just a few people. They did not think that they could not kill them. Fang Ping and the others were still busy. Very soon, the right marshal arrived using flight step and landed in front of Prince Fang's residence. He saw people gathering everywhere and then looked at Fong Ping, who had already walked out of the residence. He frowned and said, "Your Highness is going to the king's battleground." "Since the Right Marshal already knows, why are you still asking? Your Highness can't go." The Right Marshal frowned and said, "Fong Ping hasn't been found yet." Fong Ping suddenly shouted, "Can't go? Let Wang Jinyang and the others go." When the time comes when Wang Jinyang and the others leave and expose the fact that Fong Ping is still in the land of rebirth. Right Marshal, do you really think that I'm an idiot? I'm going to kill Fong Ping's savior. How dare you stop me? What are you trying to do? The Right Marshal's face was livid. Stop you from killing Fong Ping's savior? The Right Marshal suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted, "Fong Ping's whereabouts are still unknown. If we leave now, Fong Ping might blend in with them. We can't find him anyway. It's hard to say if he's there or not." Having said that, Fong Ping suddenly said, "Uncles, do a thorough check again to see if there's anything unusual. If the Right Marshal is worried, do a check too. Don't say that I, Feng Yesheng, have taken Fong Ping away." The Right Marshal frowned again. Seeing that more than 30 rank, 7, and 8 powerhouses had already gathered around him, he said slowly, "Please wait for a moment, Your Highness. I'll make a trip to the Imperial Court." "Do as you wish, Right Marshal." The Right Marshal said no more. He took the flight step and headed straight for the Imperial Court. After a while, the Imperial Palace Basilica. Li Zhu leaned against the seat and said softly, "Feng Yesheng is bringing people to the land of Imperial Court." Yes, Wang Jinyang has really appeared at the land of Imperial Court. Yes, not only Mansion Feng, but some people from other manors have also returned to report that Wang Jinyang is indeed there at the land of Imperial Court. What a coincidence! The King Lord chuckled softly, closing his eyes in deep thought. After a long while, the King Lord mumbled, "Fong Ping, I'm afraid he'll appear at the land of Imperial Court." "No, he might appear at the land of rebirth," the King Lord muttered to himself. Suddenly he laughed and said, "If Fong Ping appears at the land of rebirth, then Fong Ping doesn't exist in the Imperial City anymore. If that's the case, there's no need to seal the city anymore. There's also no need to check anything." The Right Marshal frowned slightly, saying in a low voice, "Brotherly, what are you trying to say?" At this moment, he did not address him respectfully anymore. What was Li Zhu trying to say? What was he trying to do? Li Zhu sighed softly. With King Feng's return with the current situation, perhaps he will really destroy the Imperial City. Moreover, since Feng Yesheng is questioning me, King Feng will definitely take the opportunity to check me. He might attack me secretly and kill me. His intentions should be put to death. Li Zhu said self-deprecatingly, "I'm injured. How can I withstand a true king powerhouse's sneak attack? When that happens, whether I'm Fong Ping or not, I might become Fong Ping. A dead lord is not worth mentioning. How dare he?" The Right Marshal flew into a rage. Then he felt a chill run down his spine. It was not about whether he dared or not, but the possibility was more than 90%. At that time, Li Zhu was a cripple. Compared to a true king-level powerful being, he would definitely die with a single thought. Would King Feng dare? Absolutely. Thinking of this, the Right Marshal suddenly said in a serious tone, "Brotherly, are you really just worried that King Feng will harm you secretly? If you still have some strength left, it won't be that easy for King Feng to take your life secretly." Having said that, the Right Marshal took a deep breath and said, "Or are you afraid that your godhood will be exposed?" Li Zhu smiled. "What do you mean, Brother Gu?" The Right Marshal stared at him for a moment and said slowly, "If Brotherly has really lost all of his strength, King Feng's faction can't wait to change the dynasty and replace him. If this goes on, Brother Li will be in danger. Why don't we take this opportunity to invite a few true kings to check Brother Li together? After that, Brother Li will be imprisoned in the True King Hall. Although you won't have the power you have now, You can still live the rest of your life in peace. Li Zhu said bitterly, "Can I really live the rest of my life in peace? Once I abdicate, it will be my death, the death of the Li family." The Right Marshal said seriously, "Although the true kings of Crimson Moon can no longer support Brother Li as lord, they can definitely protect Brother Li's life. King Feng's faction only wants the position of lord. The Li family is no threat, so why would they offend the true kings for the Li family?" The Right Marshal said again, "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for so many years. Are you still going to use these excuses to fool me?" Li Zhu didn't speak again. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. The Right Marshal's expression wasn't good. He said slowly, "Back then, the three of us entered and left together. We lived and died together. We entered the Tianji army together, cultivated together, fought in the outer realms together, and fought against Destiny Royal Court together. In the end, you defeated everyone in Fengju City and became the lord of the Royal Court. Many true kings thought highly of you, Brother Hua, and I also became the left and right marshals of the Tianji army. At that time, some people even thought that Li Hua and Gu Marshal were one person, an expert comparable to a true king. But now, Brother Hua has fallen, and Brother Li is no longer the same as before. Perhaps I should retire." The Right Marshal said in a low voice, "After that war, I was severely wounded, but in recent years I have made some gains. In fact, I should have left the imperial city long ago to find a place with no one to study. Perhaps after a few more years, I will truly become a true king. Brother Li, you should know why I have stayed in the imperial city all these years. Everyone says that kings are heartless, but I am not a king. I still have feelings, but after today, this little bit of affection will be gone. Brother Li, it has been more than 10 years. I have repaid what I owe you." Li Zhu slowly opened his eyes and said with a complicated tone, "How could I not know Brother Gu's intention to protect me? But there are some things." Li Zhu pondered for a while, then said slowly, "Li Zhu started from a humble background. Even though I became a king lord, I lived under someone else's roof, under someone else's orders. Back then, Li Zhu had the intention to reform. Seeing that success was so close, all his efforts were wasted. I caused Brother Hua to fall, and Brother Gu to be wounded. Heroic lord?" Li Zhu's face was full of bitterness and unwillingness. He said self-mockingly, "Ridiculous! Pawns, abandoned pawns. In that war back then, the three of us were abandoned pawns. The Maple King's faction plotted against us. What about the others? There are dozens of true kings in the True King Hall. Did anyone care about our lives? A king lord who started from a humble background wanted to suppress the True King Hall and recreate the era of two kings. These true kings are used to being high and mighty. They are used to being in control of everything. Back then, Li Zhu was young and impetuous. He tried to overthrow everything. How could he be exempted?" Li Zhu smiled faintly. "A king lord who was arrogant and was about to advance to true king level. He even had 2 brothers who were about to advance to true king level. A king lord who commanded an army of 10 million and tens of thousands of high-rank soldiers. A king lord who might destroy the land of rebirth and make a great contribution. Brother Gu, did he deserve to die? Royal power. Divine power," Li Zhu mumbled. "Royal power is bestowed by God. The king lords are just puppets. The true king hall is the deity. A king lord who tried to overthrow the divine power deserves to die." The Right God General's expression changed again. His voice was hoarse. Back then, in that war, did the other true kings also?" Li Zhu sneered and said faintly, "You and I don't know if Li Zhen will step on the second path. Do you think those high and mighty deities don't know? The Maple King doesn't know. The Crimson Moon kings don't know. What about that one? But after I was injured, he still supported me to be the king lord?" Li Zhu's expression was playful. He said faintly, "Because I'm crippled. Instead of going through more trouble, Isn't it better to support a king lord who might be a descendant of the other true kings, and support me to continue being the king lord? Coincidentally, Li Zhu can live until the war begins. What a great choice! The right god general's expression changed completely. Li Zhu smiled meaningfully. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the hall was silent. Chapter 759. Feng Mansion. More and more people were gathering. The right divine general flew over from the palace again. He took a look at the people gathered, then at Ji Yao's group who was packing up. You guys really want to go? Of course. The right divine general glanced at Feng Ping and said coldly, if Feng Ping is among you, it will be extremely dangerous for you to go to the battlefield. Feng Ping said impatiently, according to the right divine general, we don't have to do anything. We can just wait for death here. I won't stop Prince Feng if you insist on doing things your own way. The right divine general said in a low voice, but I'll say one last thing. Feng Ping might appear among you. Don't think so. Some things are not impossible. Having said that, the right divine general ignored Feng Ping and looked at Ji Yao's group. Your Highness Ji Yao, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield. If you die in the battlefield, if it's done by someone from the royal court, it has nothing to do with the royal court. The royal court will not go against Destiny Royal Court at this time. Your Highness knows what I mean. If your Highness really dies, it has nothing to do with us. Once you leave Skyplant City, the royal court will not care about this anymore. Not far away, Ji Yao frowned. After a while, she said, Ji Yao knows what she's doing. The right divine general did not say more and left with flight step. Ji Yao frowned again and asked, isn't the right divine general going to check? No need. Feng Ping's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What did the right divine general know? Feng Ping could not care anymore. Soon he said impatiently, since everyone is here, let's go. At this time, another group of people came from afar. Hua Yu laughed loudly. Feng Yeshing, why don't you go and watch the show? Feng Ping's expression was cold. He snorted. You guys want to go too? The Imperial City is too dangerous. It's better to go out. Hua Yu smiled faintly. It's safer to go to the battlefield. Feng Ping snorted. Less nonsense. If you want to leave, you have to pass the inspection. Hua Yu smiled faintly and said, there's no need to trouble you. Don't worry, this sovereign's men are all trustworthy. If they can't be trusted, then no one can be trusted. Feng Ping snorted again and said straightforwardly, other than you and the god general martial artist, everyone else has to be inspected. Cut the crap. Otherwise, now that the left side has locked down Skyplant City, don't even think about leaving. Hua Yu's expression was ugly, but a moment later he recovered his smile and said, all right. Wu Xinlu and the others didn't stand on ceremony either, apart from the divine general of King Hua's mansion and the others. Everyone else carefully examined the place. After a while, Lu Wuxian and the others shook their heads. Feng Ping did not say anything more. He used flight step and left. Goodbye, Skyplant City. What a pity. His biggest regret this time was not being able to take away Tian Yu's Lake of Life. As for the others, they had more or less achieved their goals. Li Zhu. Feng Ping's heart trembled once more. This guy was quite dangerous. The right divine general did not even investigate this time. Instead, he said something meaningful. Maybe he really knew something. What is this guy trying to do? And Zhao Xingwu, just as Feng Ping was thinking about Zhao Xingwu, in front of him, in midair, Zhao Xingwu stood tall in the void. Looking at everyone, he said slowly, if any of you meet human martial artists in the land of King Battleground, if any of you can return alive, I hope everyone can pass on a message for me. Feng Ping smiled and said, please speak, Marshal Zhao. Family members should not be implicated. This is my own crime. It has nothing to do with others. As Zhao Xingwu said that, he continued, The heavenly axiom is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. If I stay in the divine land, maybe tomorrow will also be a chance of survival for humans. Li Zhen and Zhang Tao want to kill me. I won't defend myself. One day, they will know that I'm not the one in the wrong. Fong Ping smiled and said, "That's all?" Marshal Zhao. When we go this time, there are resurrected martial artists guarding the land of King Battleground. They will pass on Marshal Zhao's message. Fong Ping laughed heartily. Zhao Xingwu did not say anything else. The others did not care either. It was better if these words were passed to the land of rebirth. No matter what, it was a fact that Zhao Xingwu was in the divine land. It did not matter who was right or wrong. What was important was that perhaps it could be used to sway the resurrected martial artists' minds. Everyone did not say anything else. One by one, they took the flight step and left. Imperial Court. Above a palace, Li Zhu stood with his hands behind his back, watching the crowd leave. The right divine general had already returned. He stood beside him and set up a barrier. He asked softly, "Who is Fong Ping? Is it important?" Li Zhu chuckled and mumbled, "It's not important." The right divine general's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "He is full of tricks. We have to be careful." Li Zhu laughed again. "How can I not know? But it is indeed difficult to find him. Unless we kill all of them. Brother Gu, you can't do that." Li Zhu sighed softly. "If we kill them, regardless of whether it's the real Fong Ping or the fake Fong Ping, my death will come. Brother Gu, I'm just asking to live." The right divine general let out a long sigh. Yes, they could not be killed. Who should they kill? If it was a normal person, it would be fine. If it was Feng Miexing, Jiyao, or the descendants of the true kings, if the Lord sent someone to kill them, the true kings would not let him go. It had better not be Feng Miexing. If they killed Feng Miexing, regardless of whether he was real or fake, the Lord would die. Because the Maple King would not accept this. Whether it was real or fake, his grandson was dead. The dead could not speak. Evidence could be forged. No matter what the Lord said, it was fake. If they killed the Lord, they would not have to worry anymore. The right divine general sighed for a while. Finally, he asked in a low voice, "How much longer?" 2 to 3 years. Li Zhu laughed. "There's no rush. Fong Ping is a threat. Li Zhu understands this. But even if it's a threat, it's not now. It's not you or me. After all, there are still hundreds of true kings and a few temple masters in Godland, including the place where the kings fight." Li Zhu smiled faintly. This is an era of sudden upheaval. Every chess player wants to take the stage, including those who had already fallen. They might all reappear in the world. They all want to play chess. They all want to control everything and dominate everything. Is it really important to have one more Fong Ping or one less Fong Ping? Suppressing Heavenly King, Demon Emperor, Two Kings, Life King, Martial King. There are too many people. They all want to be chess players who dominate the world. If that's the case, maybe it'll be more interesting if there's one more Fong Ping. Li Zhu laughed again. He said, as if he was talking in his sleep, "Appear in the world. In this era, it's time to settle everything. After waiting for so many years, it's time to end it." As he said that, he looked at the right divine general and chuckled. "Go into closed-door cultivation. When that day comes, anyone who is not a true king is just an ant. Fong Ping too. If he doesn't become a true king, when that day comes, he's just an egg whose nest is overturned." The right divine general's expression changed. Finally, he asked, "The seed of rebirth. What exactly is it?" Li Zhu smiled faintly. "Who knows? If even the true kings want it, then let's have it. Who knows if it's an eternal scam? Ha ha ha. Everyone likes to scheme. Maybe this is also a scheme. How can you and I know if it's real or fake?" The right divine general's gaze was extremely complicated. "Then, what are we fighting with the land of rebirth? True king Hall, chess pieces. All of us are just pawns. Why are we fighting? Why are we fighting? Maybe these true kings are all chess pieces. What a joke! Even though they knew it might be a scheme, these people still rushed forward like a flock of ducks. They did not hesitate to plot for almost 1,000 years to start the final battle. There might be many things that he did not know, including this brother of the past beside him. Had the current lord really told him everything? No one can believe it. Only I can believe it. The right divine general had this thought. Maybe it was time for him to understand. The dragon beast quickly flew toward the land of rebirth. Fang Ping sat on the dragon beast, thinking about a problem. This time his identity was probably known by others. There might be 3 people who knew about his identity. The Lord, the right divine general, and Zhao Xingwu. The first 2 did not mention it. Zhao Xingwu's last words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Fang Ping could not understand it for a while. Humans are the most sinister. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Whether it was the catacombs humans or the earthlings, they were all very sinister. The demons, on the other hand, were a little stupid. If the Maple King was in the city, he might have discovered him long ago. However, that idiotic blockhead Tianyu was probably still a little confused. Demons will always be demons. Becoming a demon doesn't mean that I've become smarter. It's too dangerous to hang around in the royal court. I can't become a demon. Otherwise, I can go to the demon royal court. These idiotic demons. Just as he thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly realized. Forget it. He would not go. Demons were very straightforward. This was only in the catacombs human royal court. In the demon royal court, it was so messy. Those big demons would not have time to talk nonsense with you. They might just kill you all. If they killed you, then all the problems would be solved. Li Zhu might have let me go on purpose. No spirit creature would do that in the royal court of spirit creatures. Letting me go on purpose means that he still wants to hide. Fang Ping thought of a problem. What was Li Zhu hiding? Pretending to be stupid, pretending to be weak. This guy was the Lord. His strength might not be gone. Maybe his strength is still there. He just used some method to hide it. Then, why did he hide his strength? Fang Ping's head hurt from thinking about it. Forget it. He would not think about it anymore. He would tell old Zhang about it later. Old Zhang, that cunning old man, might have something in common with Li Zhu. Fang Ping did not think about them anymore. Instead, he glanced at the people around him. Right now, there were still many god generals around. He dared not make a move. However, once he reached the battlefield and entered, it would be his chance. Fang Ping saw Ji Yao and Bai Shan Yue. He muttered in his heart, "You 2 rich people are not leaving? Don't blame me for being rude. I have to think of a way to escape safely and create some trouble for the Lord at the same time. He probably didn't kill me because he wants me to solve the problem for him. This guy probably wants me to kill everyone here. He's so evil." It's a pity that Li Yi didn't come. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little regretful that Li Yi did not come. The Lord was very cunning. If Li Yi came, Fang Ping was prepared to frame him. Feng Mia's life was in Li Yi's hands. This would be a great show. Since I can't die in Li Yi's hands, who should I die in? Feng Mia better not die in the hands of humans. Otherwise, King Maple might really go crazy. Fang Ping glanced at the crowd from the corner of his eyes. He could not kill all of them. He had to leave a group of them as audience members and mouthpieces. He had to choose someone to be the scapegoat. He had to be the scapegoat for killing Feng Mia. Not a single person from the Lord's faction came this time. They had probably calculated this and did not want to give Fang Ping a chance. Based on this, Fang Ping was sure that Li Zhu was really sure that he was among this group of people. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to help him. You let me go today. On one hand, you want to hide yourself. On the other hand, you want to use me to complete some things that you can't do. I can't kill Hua Yu, Purple Moon, and the rest. I have to leave some of them to give you some pressure. If Feng Mia is dead, your pressure will be much less. I can't let you have it easy. As for the people from Destiny Royal Court, Fong Ping suddenly looked at Ji Yao, a smile on his face. Ji Yao seemed to have sensed it. She turned her head and glanced at him, her expression cold. Fong Ping continued smiling. You're rude to me, but I'll be polite to you. I won't kill you. On one hand, the Life King is powerful. The split body may be very strong, but I might not be able to kill you. On the other hand, if I kill Ji Yao, the Lord might expose his identity through some means, making the Destiny Royal Court more hostile to humans. If I don't kill you, you kill me. Fong Ping had an idea. He believed that if Ji Yao killed Feng Mia, even if there were suspicious points, someone would help him clean up the mess. The Lord. Fong Ping was now very sure that if Feng Mia died at Ji Yao's hands, the Lord would definitely add fuel to the fire. He would insist on this point and make the Maple King's faction go against the Destiny Royal Court. As for him, he would plot in the middle. Not only could he reduce his own pressure, he could also work with the Destiny Royal Court to prevent the Maple King's faction from taking over. Therefore, Feng Mia dying in Ji Yao's hands is what the Lord hopes to see. It's what I hope to see too. The Maple King's faction has been active recently. As for the Lord, he's keeping a low profile. He won't make too big of a move. He can also buy time for humans. Fong Ping suddenly straightened out all the clues. There was a super spy in the catacombs, Li Zhu, who was working with him. No matter what Li Zhu's ultimate goal was, right now, his and Fong Ping's interests were the same. If that was the case, Fong Ping did not mind working with him. Let Feng Mia be killed by Ji Yao. The Lord will make this the kind of irrefutable evidence. Very good. Fong Ping suddenly felt a tacit understanding with the Lord. You help me, I help you. Our goals were the same. As for who would benefit more, it would depend on the situation. Fong Ping felt that he had benefited, but in reality, the Lord felt that he did not lose anything at all. Not to mention that the mine that Fong Ping dug was not his. Even if it was his, he would not care. Fong Ping helped him solve the problem of the Maple King's faction. Perhaps in Li Zhu's eyes, this was a big gain. I'll find a chance to let Feng Mia die. Then I'll change my identity and leave the battlefield. But Old Wang and the rest are being watched now. Once they come out, it will definitely cause some chaos. If they come out, it means that the people guarding the entrance are all dead. This is not a small matter. Fong Ping sighed in his heart again. This was a little troublesome. Could old Zhang see this? He should be able to. Hopefully, old Zhang could come to their rescue in time and bring them away. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave the battlefield. It's best if I become a human too. But if I become a human, someone will have to stay behind or find a dead person to replace me. Is there anyone dead in the battlefield now? Fong Ping suddenly licked his lips. He thought of a person. He wondered if Tuo Man was dead. If he was not, then he was still inside. He would kill him first. The evil sect's second elder was Tuo Man Sr. This guy tried to kill him last time. He had to take revenge. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we get to the battlefield. Fong Ping stopped thinking about it. He suddenly said, Bai Shan-Yue, are you selling the holy fruit? On the other dragon, Bai Shan-Yue snorted coldly and ignored him. Fong Ping laughed. Name a price, Bai Shan-Yue. Don't think about becoming a divine general or a true king. The stronger you are, the faster you die. Do you believe me? Bai Shan-Yue's expression was ugly. Not far away, Jinan shouted, Feng Miesheng, stop talking nonsense. Fong Ping said mildly, What did I say? That's the truth. Some people just can't see reality clearly. Is King Bai Shan-Yue qualified to fight a life king? Bai Shan-Yue, it's best if you don't enter the battlefield this time. If you go in, you might not come out alive. Having said that, Fong Ping smiled. You can consider selling the holy fruit to me. Bai Shan-Yue sneered. Feng Miesheng, you're still not good enough to sow discord between me and Ji Yao. You're only talking about the position of a lord. I've never thought about it. Do you think everyone wants to be a lord. Even if I can't become a lord, it doesn't mean that I have no hope of becoming a true king. Isn't becoming a true king better than being a lord? Feng Miesheng, you're underestimating me. Fong Ping sneered. Go in and try then, but it's a pity that you're venerable. Ji Yao might not be able to meet you. Ji Yao might not be able to kill you, even if she goes to the battlefield. You've escaped death this time. Bai Shangyue and Ji Yao sneered at the same time. Idiot! Why would they care about such a shallow attempt to sow discord? Fong Ping ignored it. I'm just saying it casually. Maybe I'll be useful in the future. At the crucial moment, I can pretend to be Bai Shangyue and kill Ji Yao. Of course. Fong Ping did not care about that. An apple-like fruit and a heavenly golden lotus appeared in his hands. He said, Bai Shangyue, let's cut the crap. I'll trade for your holy fruit. Bai Shangyue sneered and said disdainfully, You're using the maple fruit and the holy lotus to trade for my holy fruit? Feng Miesheng, are you dreaming? He was disdainful. Beside him, someone said in a low voice, Maple Imperial City's Maple Lotus Demon, Divine General, produced another maple fruit. Although the maple fruit is not as good as Lord Tianyu's holy fruit, it's still a premium. Previously, the 2 divine generals of 9 cities consumed the maple fruit before they stepped into divine path. As these people chatted, Fong Ping took the opportunity to understand some information. The maple fruit was also a treasure that Fong Ping obtained from Feng Miesheng's storage ring after killing him. This thing was quite expensive. The system estimated it to be more than 200 billion. It was even more expensive than the heavenly golden lotus. Together with the heavenly golden lotus, the total value of the holy fruit was more than 350 billion in Fong Ping's eyes. However, Bai Shangyue still looked disdainful. It seemed like the holy fruit was not cheap. The prices of goods in the catacombs were very different from those on Earth. The main reason was that there were too many energy stones here, so they had depreciated. Here, 1 petal of the heavenly golden lotus cost 500 kilograms of energy stones, and 1 petal cost 4,000 kilograms, which was 1,200 billion. On Earth, it was only 160 billion. The difference was about 8 times. According to the catacombs price standard, the maple fruit was worth 1.6 trillion. It would require at least 5,000 caddies of energy stones. Fong Ping suddenly had an idea. He smiled. Ji Yao, do you want the maple fruit? Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, her expression indifferent. What do you mean? I'll sell it to you. I was in a hurry this time, so I didn't bring much spring of life with me. Before he finished his words, Lu Wushan turned around and said, Your Highness, the maple fruit cannot be traded. Your Highness lacks the spring of life. I still have some. Fong Ping secretly despised him. How many do you have? You don't even have a storage ring. What did you bring? I saw it. A few dozen kilograms of life essence was enough to kill him. That's not what I want. Fong Ping smiled. Uncle Wushan, you still need to cultivate. This time, I'm escorting extermination. How can extermination still want Uncle's things? This time I got the holy fruit. It doesn't matter whether I have the maple fruit or not. As he said that, Fong Ping asked again, Ji Yao, do you want to trade? Ji Yao's gaze flickered. How much do you want? 500 boxes of Spring of Life. Ji Yao's expression turned livid instantly. 500 boxes. 5,000 caddies. What a joke. Among the crowd, Xian Zhen said mildly, 100 King's Palace also sells maple fruits, but it costs 60 boxes of Spring of Life. Phone, extermination. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Fong Ping sneered. Shut your mouth. I'm discussing a trade with Ji Yao. Who are you to interrupt? Fong Ping looked disdainful. He could not be bothered with him, but he was calculating in his heart. The things in the catacombs were 2F*King expensive. 600 caddies. 1. 5 trillion. He had to sell the maple fruits and snatch them back later, although it was the same to snatch the life essence later and increase his wealth. Fang Ping suspected that Ji Yao might not have that much life essence. Before everyone entered the battlefield, Ji Nan and the other god generals probably had some too. He had to take the good stuff from them. The maple fruits would definitely be left for Ji Yao. To maximize the benefits, selling them now was the most suitable. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. He chided Xianzhen and said, "The 100 Kings Palace sells them, but that doesn't mean they have them in stock." Moreover, the maple fruits are different. The maple fruits from the Maple Imperial region are the most effective. Ji Yao, 80 boxes of Spring of Life. With our status, there's no need to bargain. Are you buying or not? Ji Yao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, she glanced at Ji Nan. Ji Nan nodded slightly. They could still be bought. The Maple Imperial region had a top-notch divine path, realm monster, maple tree. The maple fruits were condensed from that maple tree. The Maple Imperial region's maple fruits were indeed the best kind. 80 boxes, 800 caddies of life essence was not a small amount. However, if there was no war in the catacombs, a rank 9 monster plant could gather a lot of them. This thing was not as valuable as these energy fruits. Moreover, condensing energy fruits would consume a large amount of life essence. There was also a cost. "I don't have that much," Fang Ping said straightforwardly. "I only want the Spring of Life. I don't want the rest. I don't lack those. It's just that I didn't prepare too much Spring of Life in a hurry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the maple fruits." Ji Yao did not say anything else after hearing that. She transmitted her voice to Ji Nan and the rest. Very soon, on the Destiny Royal Court side, Ji Nan, Xian Tong, a few rank 8 martial artists, and Xianzhen and the rest all took out some life essence. After a while, many jade boxes appeared in Ji Yao's hands. She threw them to Fang Ping through the air and said coldly, "Give me the maple fruits." Fang Ping scanned the area. He did a good job this time. He had almost emptied these rank 8 and 9 life essence. If he snatched Ji Yao later, the maple fruits would be back in his hands, earning 800 caddies of life essence for nothing. It was worth it. Moreover, his wealth would increase by a lot too. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He threw the maple fruits out directly. His wealth increased by 180 million points in an instant. 800 caddies of life essence was worth 2 trillion. However, he had calculated 200 billion for the maple fruits. Now he had to deduct the increase in wealth from the maple fruits. Fang Ping smiled. His wealth had increased a lot. The danger was gone. If he snatched the maple fruits back later, he could increase his wealth again. The life essence increased his wealth, and so did the holy fruits. Obviously, the catacombs also traded holy fruits. Fang Ping was still a little shocked. In the catacombs, he had not excavated enough. These things were traded. It seemed like the market here was very high-end. However, the increase in wealth from the holy fruits was not as much as Fang Ping had expected. 100 million points. It was not a small amount. It was equivalent to the system's evaluation of 1 trillion. It was equivalent to the value of 5 maple fruits. In other words, the effect of the holy fruits was at least 5 times that of the maple fruits and 50 times that of the one-petal heavenly golden lotus. However, Fang Ping was still a little disappointed. It seemed like this was not an energy fruit obtained by a true king with all his might. Otherwise, a true king would be more than 5 times stronger than a rank 9 monster plant. Although it was not appropriate to use strength to measure the value of the energy fruit. Fang Ping glanced at the data and did not say anything. Wealth: 381 million points vitality, 70,480 calories, 70,480 calories. Mentality: 4,099 hertz, 4,099 hertz. Destructive force: 35 yuan, 35 yuan. Bones honed: 206 bones, 100%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus, aura simulation, 10 point/minute plus. Previously, he had condensed 50 lumps of 1,000-element imperishable substance and spent 500 million wealth. He had thought that the value of the holy fruits was amazing, perhaps more than 1 billion wealth points. Now, it seemed like he had thought too much. Actually, Fang Ping also knew that the possibility was not high. 1 billion points, that was 10 trillion. The system's valuation was different from the catacombs' prices. The system's valuation was 10 trillion. According to the catacombs' inflation, that would be about 80 trillion energy stones, which was more than 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones. If one mineral vein did not even have that much, there would at least be a few mineral veins. Only a fool would exchange a few mineral veins for one holy fruit. It was impossible. I've spent too much wealth points. In the end, I still need more than 600 million points to level up. I hope I can get this much from the King Battleground this time. Fang Ping felt that there was a lot of hope. Ji Yao had a holy fruit, and so did Bai Shan. That would be 200 million. This did not include other things. If he included them, it should be enough. I have 1,300 caddies of life essence now. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He hoped to snatch another 700 caddies to make up a ton. However, Ji Yao and the rest did not seem to have many left. Fang Ping glanced at the Sky Plant's royal court people. These people did not have storage rings, but it was hard to say. Huayu and the rest might have. You don't have to contribute too much. 700 caddies of life essence is enough. Let me calculate life essence in tons. Fang Ping felt that he could change units. When he went back, he would tell others that he had a ton of life essence. I have to use 10 tons of rank 9 energy stones as a unit. As Fang Ping thought about it, he almost could not hold back his smile. At this moment, he did not care about these things. The danger had been eliminated. He should be out of the Lord King's threat range. Fang Ping suddenly woke up. He turned around abruptly. Mother **her, he was already 3,000 li away from Skyplant City, right? 3,000 li. He, an upper stage rank 8 martial artist, was finally out of danger. What did this mean? It meant that the Lord King might chase after him. It was not until he flew 3,000 li away that the Lord King gave up on this idea. Or, within 3,000 li. Even if the Lord King was in Skyplant City, he could still threaten him? Damn it! How is this possible? 3,000 li. Even old Zhang can't threaten me. No, this might mean that the Lord King's attack can radiate 3,000 li. Once I'm attacked, I can't escape. He's stronger than King Huai. Much stronger. King Huai killed Jiao, but he couldn't kill Jiao from 2,000 li away. My strength and Jiao's should be equal. If that's the case, the Lord King is stronger than King Huai. Damn it. Fang Ping was terrified. This guy was a true king, and an extremely powerful kind of true king. Fang Ping was extremely terrified at this moment. Even if he felt that the Lord King's strength was still there, he did not think that this guy would be very strong. He thought that the Lord King had recovered his previous strength at most. But now, thinking about how the Lord King had even kept many true kings in the dark, Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. It was not a secret technique. This guy had relied on his own strength to hide under the true king's noses. His chi was actually still there, but his chi was the remnant of his chi when he was injured at peak rank 9. After all, he was an elemental Tao powerhouse. That was why the Lord King he sensed now was a person with weak elemental Tao aura who was about to die. Actually, the true kings knew of his existence. It was different from Fang Ping, who had concealed his chi. But this guy could hide his strength from the true kings and his rank 9 standard without being discovered by the true kings. That meant that his strength was much stronger than those true kings. Damn it! This is too important. Fang Ping even suspected that he was stronger than old Zhang. How is this possible? At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt that this function of the system was really too awesome. Maybe I've discovered a big secret that everyone in the catacombs doesn't know. A powerhouse who might be strong enough to be comparable to two great Dao is actually hibernating. What is he waiting for? At this moment, Fang Ping only felt that he had really gained a lot this time. He knew too many top secrets. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 760. I'm currently in 4th place in the monthly votes, not too far from 3rd place. I hope that my brothers will support me. The top 3 in the monthly votes rankings have bonuses. I'm earning money for the new year. Brothers, please support me. Thank you. Last 3 days of global martial arts, asking for monthly votes. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 761. The kingdom was quite far from the king's battleground, more than 30,000 li. However, the dragon's speed was also extremely fast, reaching up to 1,000 li per hour. On the afternoon of the 15th, Fang Ping and the others set off. On the night of the 16th, Fang Ping could already see the desolate and uninhabited land in the distance. The king's battleground was like a big bowl, upside down on the ground. The king's battleground was between 2 kingdoms. The kingdom's terrain was not rectangular. From the king's battleground, it was Destiny Royal Court's territory. In terms of territory size, Destiny Royal Court was slightly larger than Sky Plant's Royal Court. The 4 kingdoms' total area was more than 6 billion square kilometers. Among them, Thousand Demon Royal Court was the largest, while Guardian Royal Court was the smallest. Destiny Royal Court's territory was much larger than Sky Plant's Royal Courts. By much, it was probably close to the total area of Earth. Before they reached their destination, Fang Ping stood up on the dragon's back, his expression cold. We're finally here. The kingdom shouldn't have put up a warrant for Fang Ping. Otherwise, why would they force him to enter God's land? Everyone was speechless. Putting up a warrant for Fang Ping was to make it easier to kill Fang Ping. Who would have thought that they still needed to force Fang Ping to enter God's land? After saying that, Fang Ping tilted his head to look at the people on the dragon's back, saying, 34 commander-level martial artists, 12 venerables. Commander-level martial artists, follow me into the king's battleground. Venerables, Fang Ping pondered for a moment, then looked at Hua Yu. Hua Yu, give me the commander-level martial artists under you. I'll let my people cooperate with you in the venerables' battleground. Are you interested in bringing people to play across the boundaries? Hua Yu smiled playfully. Feng Yeshing, you're bringing so many people in just to capture a few people. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Fang Ping's expression darkened. Cut the crap. What do you know? These people are the reincarnations of some powerhouses from the land of rebirth. Although they are not as strong as Fang Ping, they are not to be underestimated. Hua Yu, if you're still so stupid, you'll be the next one to die. Hua Yu snorted. Not far away, Purple Moon smiled faintly and said, There's no harm in going to the commander realm to take a look. Feng Yeshing, we can leave our men to you, but you have a precedent. Last time, you were completely annihilated in the general realm. I hope that it won't happen again this time. After saying that, Purple Moon said to the people behind her, Commander Realm Warriors, follow Feng Yeshing into the unified domain. Remember, be smart. Don't think about throwing your life away. We're all Commander Realm martial artists. I don't think we're that stupid. Fang Ping huffed. Purple Moon, don't give me that. If your people go in, then you have to listen to me. Otherwise, if anyone dares to mess up my plans, this commander will kill them all. Fang Ping was not courteous at all. Purple Moon chuckled softly, not minding either. He continued to count the number of people and said in a low voice, There are a total of 42 commander-level people. Huayu, Yangshan, and the rest of you, there are a total of 60 people. Killing those people is not up to me alone. Huayu smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "All right, you guys can go in now. Listen to Feng extermination's arrangements." The other young man also said with a smile. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He turned to look at Feng Ji, who had just returned from the battlefield, and asked, "How many people does the majestic court have in the unified domain?" Feng Ji said hurriedly, "When this subordinate came out, there were 37 people." "What about the 8 major divine sects and 12 dynasties?" "About 30 people." This subordinate did not check carefully. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said slowly, "In that case, this commander can still gather close to 70 people in the unified domain. Including the people here, there are 130 people." On the other side, Jiao said slowly, "This consort did not bring many people this time. There are only 10 people who can enter the unified domain. However, the majestic court has about the same number of people in the unified domain as you do. It won't be a problem to gather 70 people." Fang Ping said savagely, 200 people. 200 commander-level people. If we still can't kill Wang Jinyang and the rest, then we're all trash. His face was full of savagery, but many people snorted at him. Huayu smiled faintly and said, "You and Ji Yao are among the 200 commanders, but you can't even kill a few martial practitioners who have come back to life. Feng Yeshing, if you really fail, this sovereign thinks that you should just withdraw from the throne yourself." A few hundred people. That was not to chase and kill, but to search. After all, the unified domain was not small. If they found the people, so many people could not kill them. 200 commander-level people were enough to kill a rank 9. A large number of ants could kill an elephant. Rank 7s were not weak either. If they attacked together, they could even kill a rank 9. In the past, when human rank 9 martial artists were not enough, 7 or 8 rank 7 martial artists dared to intercept a rank 9. Although there were heavy casualties, at least they could delay the other party. 200. If they fought with all their might, they could even kill a rank 9. Fang Ping did not care about him. He looked at Ji Yao and asked, "Did you bring the true king's origin with you?" Ji Yao glanced at him and said lightly, "That's none of your business." Fang Ping was displeased. He shouted, "Ji Yao, you better not go in. This commander does not want what happened last time to happen again. If you bring the origin with you, those people will capture you and use you to threaten us. Do you want to repeat what happened last time?" Ji Yao's expression was ugly. Feng Yeshing, this bastard, was getting more and more arrogant. Fang Ping did not care how ugly her expression was. He looked around and looked at the Tiger King's descendant. He said, "Anyone who carries the true king's origin better not go in. This commander does not want them to use you as a target. They could have one for sure, but in the end, because of you, we will suffer heavy casualties." Beside him, Lu Wushan also said, "The situation in the unified domain is special. It's best not to bring the origin with you, including Lord True King's clone. Even if you bring it, it's best not to use it. Although Lord True King's clone doesn't contain much origin, mainly a mortal deity, once its attack power reaches the divine path, it will also trigger the chaos origin." Origin Chi was slightly different from a clone. One was the embodiment of Origin Dao, containing a wisp of Origin Dao enlightenment. In fact, it did not have any attack power. In the outside world, it was almost useless, unless it was used for enlightenment. However, in the unified domain, Origin Chi was the trigger, and its lethality was extremely high. As for the True King's clone, it contained very little Origin Chi. Some did not even have it at all. It was purely cut by mentality. If such a clone only had the strength of a weak rank 9, it would not trigger the chaos origin. At this time, Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao and said, "Lord Life King's clone on you. Its strength should have reached the divine path. It's best not to bring it." Fong Ping's heart was filled with anticipation. Don't bring it. If you don't bring it, I can kill you. If you do, it will be very troublesome. Ji Yao humphed. Mind your own business. Why won't I bring it? With Ancestor King's clone around, I don't think they will dare to do anything to me. Obviously, this woman was not completely stupid. Just bring it and don't use it. When it was really necessary, it would be extremely dangerous. Who would care if others died or not? At most, they would die together. Fong Ping felt regretful. What a pity. It seemed like he could not force this woman to the path of death, or else it would be troublesome. She was harder to kill than Feng Niesheng. Life King was definitely stronger than Feng Niesheng. Life King was the Lord of Destiny Royal Court's True King Hall, a top-notch powerhouse who had fought with Heavenly Kings suppressing across space. His clone would not be weaker than old Zhang's. Once Ji Yao was killed, it might explode on its own. As for Feng Niesheng's Maple King's clone, it had not reached that level yet. From this, one could see the difference in strength between some powerhouses. Of course, the strength of the clone depended on how much mentality these true kings cut. Heavenly King Suppressing had cut a few times, but his strength was very average. Obviously, he did not cut much. At the moment, he was not sure how strong the Life King's clone on Ji Yao was. Fong Ping felt that it was best not to test it. The king's battleground. The few human rank, 9 powerhouses in charge of guarding were still on the high platform that Fong Ping had arrived at previously. Beside them, in the catacombs powerhouses palace, there were also a few rank 9 powerhouses in the flight step, looking at the periphery. On the high platform, Wei Yang's expression did not look good. So many people. So many powerhouses. Almost 10 rank, 9 powerhouses had come. More than 30 rank, 8 powerhouses. There were even more rank 7s. Wei Yong roughly sensed that there were about 70 of them. An army of more than 100 people had arrived. At this moment, Wei Yong's head was as big as a cow's about to explode. He hurriedly looked at a rank 7 martial artist who had been on standby and shouted, "Go in quickly! Go! Tell everyone to evacuate the rank 7 region. You must be fast." He was not the only one. Several other rank 9 powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the place bellowed angrily, "Go! Remember, even if the entrance is blocked, you have to break through it." When the rank 7 martial artist hurried into the rank 7 territory, the Caucasian powerhouse from the Hall of Gods said with a livid expression, "Wei Yong, damn bastard. Tell your Lord Martial King that we do not welcome people from martial arts universities. Next time, cancel the quota for martial arts universities." Experts from Myriad Pagoda World and Ancient Buddha Sacred Ground agreed. That's right. Your people are too much. Every time he would implicate others. If this were to continue, how would they be able to explore the king battlefield? How can it become a holy land for cultivation? All of them were extremely dissatisfied. If this went on, how are they going to continue exploring the king-level battlefield? The entrance of a few people from martial arts universities had attracted so many people to help. They were about to go crazy. Wei Yong also wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was too lazy to argue and immediately said, "Stop talking nonsense. Delay for a while. Quickly, say that we want to check their identities and qualifications. At least let our people out first. Otherwise, they won't be able to come out later." At this time, the few of them could not be bothered to continue cursing. What Wei Yong said was right. If they did not delay such a large group of people entering together, there must be an important figure with leadership power. Then the people inside would be in danger. The few of them did not delay and flew toward the entrance, one after another. Before the others came out, at least most of the people had to evacuate before the catacombs people could enter. Otherwise, something big might happen. Wei Yong prepared to intercept them for a moment while transmitting his voice. "Later, I will return to Mount Royal Sea to inform all the paragons. When you guys come out, take some of them with you. Don't stay here for long." The people from the sacred grounds responded one after another. Usually, everyone was at odds with each other. However, when it came to a time of life and death, if they still could not reach an agreement, the human world would have been conquered long ago. Even so, the few of them still made up their minds. There would not be a next time. The next time martial arts university people came, they would immediately evacuate their people. If martial arts university people participated in the next youth competition, they would immediately protest. Of course, it was hard to say whether there would be a next time. Who knew what would happen in 3 years? As these people were discussing, in the distance, a group of people riding on dragon beasts had already flown over. From afar, some of the powerhouses in charge of guarding the imperial battlefield shouted, "Welcome, your highnesses!" "Greetings, Lord Liu." "Greetings, Marshal Nan." The powerhouses in charge of guarding were also very surprised. So many people, so many powerhouses. Lu Wushan, the top powerhouse in the God General's ranking. Ji Nan Xiantong, the big shots in Sky Gate Royal Court, each led an army. Xiantong was still the #1 powerhouse in King Mystic Territory, leading the entire King Mystic Territory. Maple Mansion, Hua Mansion, Zilluo Mansion, Tiger Mansion, 100 Hills Mansion. The heirs of these mansions were all here. Even they did not expect that a small disturbance in the imperial battlefield would actually attract so many people. "Lord!" They were welcoming, but Wei Yong and the rest's expressions changed again. Even the Lord-level powerhouses were here. Although humans did not know much about the few royal courts, they at least knew that Skyplant's royal court had 9 halls. Other than the true King Hall, the other 8 halls, Lord and Deputy Lord, were all peerless powerhouses among rank 9. They did not expect such powerhouses to come here. Not only Skyplant's royal court, but Destiny Royal Court also had many powerhouses. Wei Yong even felt that these few god generals who came were giving him a great sense of oppression. This is troublesome. These people are guarding the periphery. Even if they come out, it will be dangerous. I'm afraid the few of us can't stop them. It seems that we must ask the paragons to come and hold the fort. Wei Yong thought to himself, including the rank 9s who were originally in charge of guarding. There were already 14 catacombs, rank 9s here. Among them, half of them had stepped into Origin Dao. With so many powerful rank 9s here, the 6 of them might not be able to stop them. Fortunately, no desperate realms came, but it's hard to say what will happen next. If the human paragons are here, I'm afraid that the catacombs paragons will also come soon. Wei Yong's mind was filled with thoughts, one after another. He was still thinking. At this time, among the people who came, someone shouted loudly, "Is Fong Ping here?" Tell the resurrected martial artists that if Fong Ping comes here, I will let Wang Jinyang and the rest go. The person who came was very arrogant. He stood alone on top of a dragon beast's head. Soon, he looked at Wei Yong and the rest, shouting, "You guys go back and report to your true king. Let Fong Ping come to the land of King Battleground. I will bring people back. Otherwise, I will kill all the resurrected martial artists in the land of King Battleground this time." After saying that, Fong Ping shouted again, "King Ancestor, King Huai, and the other lords will be here soon. King Hua and the other lords may come too. If you still don't hand Fong Ping over, don't blame me for attacking the land of rebirth." Fong Ping shouted loudly. His face was full of arrogance. Actually, he was telling these guys to go back and report quickly. King Maple and the rest were likely to arrive at the Imperial City. If they did not find Fong Ping when they arrived at the Imperial City, with the King Lord's cunning personality, he might deliberately leak that Fong Ping might be in the crowd. That guy, in order to get rid of suspicion, would most likely leak some information on purpose. Of course, it would not be too soon. If it was too soon, the King Lord was also worried that Fong Ping and the rest would be killed before they could reach the land of King Battleground. When Fong Ping and the rest enter the land of King Battleground, that guy might do this. Among the crowd, there were a few descendants of the true king now. They were all the most important kind. The probability of the true king rushing here was not small. When Wei Yong heard this, his expression changed instantly. A few true kings? No, he had to find Zhang Tao quickly. The few martial artists inside were Zhang Tao's people. If things went according to the current situation, they would die without a doubt. Wei Yong and the rest did not reply. Fang Ping shouted again, "Hand over Fang Ping, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I will kill all of you until the land of rebirth flows with blood. If you don't hand over Fang Ping and let the longevity sword come here, I will also give you a chance." Wei Yong and the rest were confused. Why was the longevity sword involved again? Seeing that they did not utter a word, Fang Ping snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash. Go and inform your true king. You can't make the decision yet. Do you want us to attack the land of rebirth before you are willing to beg for mercy?" Wei Yong frowned at him. Arrogant. He knew this guy, Feng Yeshing. Previously, he heard that he was on the run after being killed by Fang Ping and was lucky to escape with his life. Now, he was actually arrogant. Wei Yong did not say much. He sent a voice transmission to the others. "This is troublesome. I have to leave immediately and report to Absolute Summit. Everyone delay for a while more." All right. Actually, there was no need for him to delay. Fang Ping ordered directly, "Recuperate for a while and get ready. Someone, Feng Ji, you go in first. Gather the people from the royal court and wait at the entrance. This time, we must kill Wang Jinyang." "Yes, sir," Feng Ji responded. Without hesitation, he entered the rank 7 region very quickly. Ji Yao and the rest did not have any objections. Ji Yao also made some arrangements, sending people in to gather people first. Lu Wushan and the rest looked satisfied. The few highnesses had all grown up. This was the proper way to do things. It was to prevent the other party from defeating them one by one before they could gather. It was good now. When everyone was here, hundreds of chieftains would gather and surround and kill a few rank 7s. It would be a piece of cake. This way, the safety of the few highnesses would be the greatest guarantee. As he was thinking about it, Fang Ping shouted again, "The rest can leave. Keep a close eye on Wang Jinyang and the rest. Don't let them leave the land of war. Even if they leave the land of war, be prepared to kill them. Don't worry about the land of rebirth's true king. Ancestor Wang and the rest will be here in a moment." At this moment, Wei Yong could not take it anymore. He shouted, "How dare you attack the homicidal martial artists outside the land of war?" Fang Ping sneered. "So what? Wang Jinyang and the rest must be killed. Do you really think that the royal court is afraid of you?" "You." Wei Yong was anxious. Without hesitation, he used flight step and headed straight for Mount Royal Sea. Lu Wushan glanced at Fang Ping and sent a voice transmission. "Your Highness, don't incite the battle between the true kings." Fang Ping laughed. "Nieshing understands. We are just forcing the land of rebirth to hand Fang Ping over." Lu Wushan nodded slightly and said nothing more, while Fang Ping and the rest were waiting. Forbidden Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea. Wei Yong did not stop. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than half an hour to travel 1,000 miles. At this moment, Wei Yong was in a sorry state. Flying at 2,000 miles per hour was a heavy burden on his body. He had just arrived at Mount Royal Sea when Zhang Tao's silhouette suddenly appeared. He asked, "Is there a situation in the land of war?" Wei Yong said hurriedly, "There's a problem. Many powerhouses are here. One of the 8 halls even sent a hall master. I've never seen him before. 70 to 80 rank, 7 martial artists are here. That's not all. The Maple King's descendant, Feng Yeshing, even said that many peerless powerhouses are coming." Wei Yong reported the news hurriedly. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. His gaze was slightly strange. He asked, "Repeat what Feng Yeshing said word for word." Wei Yong was a rank 9 after all. His memory was amazing. Without any delay, he repeated it immediately. Zhang Tao began to plan in his mind. This was a threat. It also meant that Feng Yeshing was arrogant and despotic. But this seemed to be a message too, right? The Maple King was coming. Many true kings were coming too. He even asked someone to tell these peerless powerhouses that even the longevity sword was mentioned. Feng Ping? This thought popped up in Zhang Tao's mind. The next moment, he was suddenly sure. It must be Feng Ping. This guy killed Feng Yeshing and replaced him. He actually became the crown prince? Not bad. If that was the case, he had become the boss of the rank 7 region in the Land of War. How did this kid do it? As Zhang Tao thought about it, his expression suddenly changed. Motherf asterisk cur. Old Zhang suddenly cursed. This kid seemed to have said that many true kings were coming. Based on this guy's personality, he must have felt that he could not handle it alone and said it on purpose. He was asking him to hurry up and save his life. Maple King, Hua King, Zilluo King, and this is the Monster Plant Kingdom. Don't tell me the Monster Plant Kingdom is coming too? Zhang Tao's face turned green as he thought about it. What was this bastard doing? Why did he provoke so many true kings just by going to the restricted area? Wei Yong saw him swearing and said worriedly, King Wu, are they really going to start a war? It's not the time yet. They've waited for thousands of years. It won't be this time, right? Zhang Tao's expression was ugly. It would not be an all-out war. However, if these people knew that Feng Ping was here and Feng Ping killed their descendants, a war might break out. Others aside, if Maple King knows that Feng Yeshing is dead, he definitely won't let it go. That guy wanted to kill Feng Ping for a long time. The Feng family's more powerful figures are all dead. Zhang Tao was helpless. Maple King's 2 sons, both of whom had stepped into Origin Dao, were all dead. Among his few grandsons, Feng Qing and Feng Yeshing were the most outstanding. Now they were all dead. If Maple King knew about this situation, how could he not go crazy? It was fine if they were not all dead. At least there was still hope. If Feng Qing was dead, there was still Feng Yeshing to replace him. However, now that they were all dead and the rest were all repulsive people, how could he not be angry? This is troublesome. Zhang Tao was very tired. I thought that I alone would be enough. I'm afraid it's a little troublesome now. It's not enough. Also, what did this kid do to stir up such a big mess this time? Did he reap any benefits? Stirring up trouble depends on whether it's worth it or not. If it's not worth it, then stir up trouble. I can't tolerate this kind of cleaning up after person. This bastard provoking a true king, it's not worth it if I don't get 2,000 caddies of energy stones. A ton of energy stones is worth it if I provoke a true king. But how many do I have to provoke? How many tons? And this is the light kind. If I fight a true king to the death F***CK, it's not worth it if it's less than 5 tons. Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. A fight to the death might not happen. However, some conflicts were inevitable. In other words, if he had conflicts with many true kings this time, Feng Ping would at least get back a few tons of energy stones. That would not be a loss. I was going to collect 1,500 caddies from him. Humph. Now, if a true king comes, it's 1,500 caddies. I'll see if he still causes trouble next time. Zhang Tao made up his mind. If 4 or 5 true kings came this time, he would collect 600 to 700 caddies from him. That kid still had a few tons of mineral vein in MCMAU. If he did not get anything this time, the mineral vein would belong to him. That's good too. Let's see if you still cause trouble after I take your mineral vein. Old Zhang calculated and said quickly, you go back first. I know what happened. Now that the catacombs' true kings haven't arrived, it's not convenient for us to show up. Don't worry, this place is only 1,000 miles away from the king battlefield. If a true king really comes, we'll be there soon. Wei Yong thought about what this meant. Did the martial king think that he could not handle it alone? Surely not. Zhang Tao ignored him and did not probe the king battlefield with his mentality. lest others think that he had a guilty conscience. If there were no true kings coming to the king battlefield, he would be suspicious if he rashly probed. I'm afraid it's a little difficult for me to handle it alone. I'll have to call Li Zhen. That old geezer warlord still has to guard Magic City. He can't come, so I'll have to call another powerful paragon. That should be enough, right? With 3 powerful paragons, it's not a big deal if 4 or 5 true kings come. But this kid is really going to go bankrupt this time. After causing so much trouble, maybe I can extort 10,000 caddies of energy stones, just enough to take away half of MCMAU's mineral vein, lest others think it's unfair. Zhang Tao calculated in his heart. MCMAU still had some assets. Fang Ping kept causing trouble like this. He had to be taught a lesson. MCMAU has suffered a lot this time. We've lost half of the mineral vein. It's time to remember. P.S. Those who participated in the tipping event can go for the lucky draw now. The event has ended. Chapter 762. The King's Battleground. Fang Ping brought everyone and stood at the entrance. Not long after, a group of people rushed out, covered in blood. Fang Ping saw the situation and shouted, "Someone go in and tell them not to let these useless people break up the camp. Other than Wang Jinyang and a few others, they are all useless. It doesn't matter if they kill them or not." The human powerhouses who had just rushed out glared at them. This was too much of a blow. Fang Ping sneered, his face full of contempt. He cursed in his heart, "What are you glaring at? I'm saving you." Ignoring these people after a while, Feng Ji came out and said loudly, "Your Highness, the news has been spread. Now they are rushing to the entrance." Fang Ping looked around. Many people had come out from the human side. If he delayed any longer, others would be suspicious. Fang Ping did not delay any more, shouting, Go in!" As soon as he finished speaking, there were people scouting ahead and people protecting behind. Under everyone's protection, Fang Ping began to enter the king's battleground. The crowd followed in. Seeing the scene, the human powerhouses sighed. They were dead. Wang Jinyang and the rest would definitely die. Too many. They could still escape before. That was because the catacombs were not united. Now, 2 princes with the right to speak had entered. Now in the rank 7 region who dared to disobey. A few hundred rank 7s were enough to fight a big battle. In the Tiannan catacombs battle, the catacombs gathered rank 7 martial artists were only about 100 people. This time, there were more people than the Tiannan battle. Moreover, these people could enter the king's battleground. They were geniuses. Their martial arts and combat techniques were stronger, and their equipment was better. Many of them carried divine weapons. Wang Jinyang and the rest were not rank 9s. Even if they were rank 9s, weak rank 9s would still die. Origin powerhouses were more likely. Origin powerhouses were very difficult to kill. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others entered the king's battleground. Skyplant City. 2 huge figures broke through the air and arrived directly. In the next moment, an old figure appeared in the void. Tian Yu. Feng Ji. Huai Ying. Both of you are here. In the void, King Huai's mentality swept past, and he snorted softly. In the next moment, a team of sky plant soldiers guarding in the Huai Manor exploded. The old Tian Yu frowned slightly. Duke Huai snorted coldly and said, "The Duke Huai Manor is not the place for the royal court to interfere. How dare you barge into Duke Huai Manor? You're courting death." He did not care what these people were doing in Duke Huai Manor. Without his permission, entering Duke Huai Manor was the same as seeking death. Having said that, King Huai's mentality swept across the imperial city and asked coldly, "Where's Fang Ping?" Tian Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Huai Ying, don't be impatient. Withdraw your pressure." King Huai was completely unbridled. Although he hadn't specifically targeted them, nor had he purposely retracted his oppressive might, over 1,000 people had already died in the city. Tian Yu was clearly displeased. This time, King Huai retracted his aura and said mildly, I only care about Fang Ping. That bastard provoked us again and again. We should have killed him long ago. At the side, the Feng King also looked around and said slowly, Where's old man extermination? Tian Yu said mildly, Feng Miasheng and the others have gone to the battleground, preparing to kill Fang Ping's henchmen. Tian Yu said casually, then said, Fang Ping didn't appear. What happened earlier might not have been Fang Ping's doing. What do you mean? King Huai was somewhat displeased and said, unhappily, Then, who killed the people from King Huai Manor? He was displeased, and so was Tian Yu. He said in an icy voice, Huaying, don't question me again. You don't have the right. If you dare to be impudent again, don't blame me for summoning back the demons from the King Huai region. King Huai snorted, but said nothing more. Within the territory of the king's court, all the demons, be it monsters or monster plants, had to listen to Tian Yu. Today, everyone's life essence and energy fruits were provided by the monster plant clan. If he really angered Tian Yu and summoned these demons back, he would be in trouble too. The Feng King smiled faintly and said, Why is Tian Yu so angry? After he said a few words, Tian Yu's anger subsided and he said mildly, When I became a king, there was no King Huai to speak of. Young people are hot-tempered. King Huai glanced at him and ignored him. He became a king relatively late. Tian Yu was also a monster plant. He had lived for an unknown number of years and started guarding the Sky Plant Royal Court 1,000 years ago. It was around that time that he became a true king. As for him, he became a true king only a few hundred years ago. On the other hand, the Feng King had become a true king for a longer time. Although he was later than Tian Yu, he improved faster and walked quite a distance on the Tao of Origin. In the void, the three chatted for a while. Below, many people were kneeling. The few of them did not mind. The Feng King glanced at Zhao Xingwu, who was not far away, and raised his brows slightly. He did not look much, and said, Let's go to the Feng mansion for a chat. 2 people and 1 demon directly landed in the Feng mansion. Once they landed in the Feng mansion, the Feng King asked, What's going on with Zhao Xingwu? Tian Yu smiled faintly and said, Feng Ji, you really don't know anything? The Feng King smiled and said, Indeed, I don't know. My clone was taken away by extermination, and some things have not been sent back. As he said, the Feng King swept a glance at the Feng mansion. Then he suddenly grabbed with his bare hand. In the next instant, a figure landed in his hand. Jin Yuhuai was almost scared to tears and hurriedly said, Lord Feng King, this subordinate comes from the 6 southern regions. It was His Highness who brought me back. The Feng King frowned slightly and said, Shut up! This king is asking you, who have you been in contact with? Jin Yuhuai had a blank expression. Then he said nervously, Lord, this subordinate. The Feng King ignored him. In the next instant, some things on Jin Yuhuai's body directly floated out. The Feng King said faintly, Medicinal pills from the land of rebirth. Have you been in contact with resurrected martial artists? Jin Yuhuai hurriedly said, I've fought with resurrected martial artists many times in the 6 southern regions and seized some of their medicinal pills. The Feng King said faintly, No wonder. As soon as this king entered the mansion, I felt the unpleasant aura of the resurrected martial artists. Get lost. After saying that, the Feng King ignored him. Jin Yuhuai's legs turned to jelly. He greeted the 3 true kings with fear and trepidation before leaving the place in a panic. The Feng King walked toward the basilica while shaking his head and said, Resurrected martial artists are really everywhere. Even the Feng mansion is tainted with their aura. Tian Yu smiled and said, You know a lot about resurrected martial artists. How can I not know anything after fighting for so many years? The Feng King did not mind. He smiled and said, But you, Tian Yu, have been guarding the imperial city for so many years. You don't know much about resurrected martial artists. After a few words, The Feng King and the others had already arrived at the basilica. The few of them took their seats. Tian Yu did not delay and roughly explained the matter. The Feng King heard that and frowned slightly. The Tianji army is indeed useless. Extermination was too anxious. He should have waited for this king to return before making plans. It's not appropriate to bring people to the king's battleground in a hurry. Tian Yu smiled faintly. It's understandable. Beside him, the Huai King said, "Then let's investigate thoroughly. Feng Ji, you and I will work together to seal off the imperial city and investigate carefully. I've checked on Feng Ping before. If we meet Feng Ping, no matter how he disguises himself, once I inspect him, he will definitely reveal his flaws." He had checked on Feng Ping once in the king's battleground. Even if Feng Ping disguised himself, as long as he was inspected by his mentality, it would be difficult to hide from him. Even if he did not inspect his internal organs or other places, he could break through his mentality defense and identify him. The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. He asked, after extermination and the others left, "Did anything happen?" "Nothing. Nothing." The Feng King pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace and asked faintly, "What did Li Zhu say?" "Li Zhu," Tian Yu thought for a moment before saying. "Li Zhu had no choice. You also know that ever since he returned injured that year, Li Zhu no longer cares about the royal court's matters." "Is that so?" The Feng King laughed faintly. "Tian Yu, we rarely return to the imperial city. You've always been here. There are some things that you know better than us. You've guarded the royal court for 1,000 years. You should know this. In this world, only the true king exists forever. The lord, the royal court, it's all just a game. In this 1,000 years, the royal court has changed 6 lords. 1 died in the Forbidden Sea, 2 died in the royal court's expedition, 1 died in the Bounded Zone, and 1 was executed by the true king's hall. When it came to Li Zhu's generation, when he entered Godpath, he wanted to interfere with the true king's hall and bring about his own destruction." The Feng King smiled faintly. "If not for the Netherworld King destroying his origin, I'm afraid he would already be dead. This person has great ambition. He wanted to use the royal court to control the true king." "What a joke!" The Huai King also sneered. "Li Zhu was too ambitious. He should have died long ago. He actually wanted to recreate the era of the 2 kings and even the era of the Demon Emperor. He wanted to unify God Continent and change Emperorly. What wishful thinking. According to this king, he should have been killed long ago. I don't know what King Qian was thinking. He actually supported him to become the Lord." King Qian, the Feng King, smiled. "King Qian is confident that Li Zhu won't be able to escape his control. He's just setting up a trap to create some trouble for us." Speaking of King Qian, the Feng King wasn't in a hurry to talk about other things. He looked at the old man that Tian Yu had transformed into and smiled. "Tian Yu, has King Qian appeared recently? The war is approaching, but King Qian hasn't shown himself. Could it be that he will only appear when the war arrives?" Tian Yu said slowly, "King Qian and Heaven Suppression King have been in a stalemate for decades. I heard that he appeared at Imperial Sea Mountain a few days ago. Feng Ji, you should know better than me." Before the Feng King could speak, the Huai King said coldly, "When I fought with King Wu, he did speak. However, he was very secretive. I don't know where he is. All these years, he hasn't returned to the true King Hall. This king suspects that he isn't even in God Continent." Tian Yu smiled. "What do you mean?" "He has been searching for traces of the 2 kings and even the Demon Emperor. Did he discover something? Or has he already infiltrated the king battlefield?" The Feng King pondered. "The chaos origin Tao of the king battlefield is extremely strong. The deeper one goes, the stronger it gets. King Qian shouldn't be able to infiltrate, right?" "That's hard to say." The Huai King smiled. "King Qian is also one of the oldest true king experts. In terms of time, he has been a king longer than Fate King. Fate King has only been the Hall Master of Heaven Fate Royal Courts, True King Hall, for 300 years. King Qian has been the Hall Master for 800 years. I don't know exactly when he became a king. I've always suspected that King Qian participated in the King Battlefield battle. The moment this was said, Tian Yu's expression changed slightly. That shouldn't be the case. If King Qian participated in the King Battlefield battle, it means that he has been a king for thousands of years. From what I know, King Qian only became a true king after the demon emperor invaded God Continent. Hearing its words, King Huai smiled and said, "Perhaps." However, King Qian is indeed too low-key. All these years, I've only seen him a few times. I don't know what he's thinking. Feng Ji, are you confident you can defeat him? The Feng King chuckled. How can it be so simple? King Qian has been on the second path for a long time. He has fought with Zhan Wang a few times and has never lost. Although he hasn't used his full strength, his strength is still extremely strong. Defeating him will be difficult. The Feng King then said, "Let's not talk about him." When Mie Sheng left, did Li Zhu react? Tian Yu said lightly, "I asked Gu Luo to stop him once." Feng Mie Sheng didn't listen, so Gu Luo didn't stop him again. I asked Gu Luo to stop him. The Feng King seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stood up. Huai Ying, Tian Yu, since Fang Ping might have come to Skyplant City, let's continue searching. Fang Ping might be the reincarnation of the demon emperor. If he really came to God Continent, we must make him stay. As the Feng King said that, he looked in the direction of the palace again. Fang Ping. Although Li Zhu was crippled, he was not an idiot. If Fang Ping really came to God Continent, he could hide it from others. But could he hide it from Li Zhu? The imperial city might be big, but Li Zhu was not really an idiot. If he was, there would not be any true king supporting him all these years. The Feng King vaguely sensed that something was not right. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the main hall and reached the sky in an instant. He released his mentality abruptly. The Huai King also flew into the sky and began to investigate from the other side. Tian Yu did not interfere. Instead, he stood tall in the sky and watched from the side. The Feng King probed while thinking about something. In the next moment, his mentality suddenly entered Li Zhu's residence. When he saw that Li Zhu was in closed-door cultivation, the Feng King frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his mentality entered the Right Marshal's residence. Right Marshal's residence. The Right Divine General looked calm. He said slowly, "Sir Feng King, don't tell me you think that Fang Ping will sneak into Gu's residence." You stopped extermination before? Yes. Previously, when His Highness Feng and the others wanted to leave, I was worried that Fang Ping would be among them and tried to stop them once. However, His Highness insisted on going his own way. With Hall Master Lu escorting him along the way, I didn't stop him again. Who asked you to stop him? Li Zhu? That's right. The king is also worried that Fang Ping will be among them. He wants to wait for Sir Feng King to return before making a decision. In the sky, the Feng King probed for a while. He was a little distracted. At this moment, the Feng King's mentality suddenly spread toward the imperial palace. At the same time, Tian Yu released his mentality and blocked the mentality. He said, slowly, "Feng Ji, I will investigate the imperial court. There's no need to trouble yourself." Tian Yu, I just have a few questions to ask Li Zhu. Tian Yu pondered for a moment and said, "The imperial court is the orthodoxy after all. The true king hall is only one of the 9 halls. King Qian and the other kings haven't made a decision yet. Feng Ji, don't act recklessly." The Feng King smiled faintly. If I really wanted to do anything to him, he wouldn't have lived until now. Tian Yu said no more and spread his mentality. In the next moment, the Feng King's mentality entered the imperial court. In the imperial court, Li Zhu was currently watering a crystal-like little tree. The little tree was full of vitality, and was filled with the aura of life. The Feng King's mentality flashed past. He did not send a voice transmission, but condensed into a phantom and suddenly appeared in front of Li Zhu. He said with a faint smile, "King Lord, it's been a long time." Li Zhu turned his head to take a look and continued to water the little tree in front of him. He said with a smile, "Is something the matter, Feng King?" The Feng King was not in a hurry to speak. Taking a look at the little tree, he said with a light smile, "Although the tree of life is good, it can only delay the rapid outbreak of your origin injuries. It treats the symptoms, but not the root cause." Li Zhu is aware, but people only have one life. Nobody wants to die in such a useless way. Rumor has it that the tree of life bears a fruit of life that can let people live another life. Maybe there's really hope? The Feng King laughed faintly and said playfully, "Live another life? The tree of life bears a fruit of life. That's just a rumor. Legend has it that back then, the demon emperor once planted a tree of life and bore a fruit of life. But that was a great feat that was only completed with the sacrifice of myriad Daos and absorbing the source of myriad Daos. Li Zhu, perhaps you can try to slaughter tens of thousands of God Path martial artists and see if you can bear a fruit of life." Li Zhu laughed and sighed. "After all, there's still hope. It's better than waiting for death. If not, Li Zhu would have died a long time ago. Why does Lord Feng King want to crush Li Zhu's last hope?" The Feng King laughed again and said faintly, "I just don't think there's a need to waste the spring of life. You've already used up quite a lot of the spring of life on the tree of life." Li Zhu laughed. "This is also the only benefit of being a lord, isn't it?" The Feng King did not continue this topic. The phantom strolled past Li Zhu and walked to the front of the huge window. At this moment, the imperial city could be seen. The Feng King looked for a while and said, "Your people didn't go to the king battlefield. Extermination is young and full of vigor. I didn't let them go in case there's a conflict. Do you think Feng Ping came to Godland?" Li Zhu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "If there's no second person with this kind of ability, if this is not controlled by Lord Feng King, then Feng Ping must have come. I don't want to do this." The Feng King said calmly, "I don't need to do this to deal with you. So, you're not doing this in the dark?" Li Zhu laughed and sighed. "In the end, strength is everything. If you really have the energy, you should find a way to recover your strength. It's been so many years. I've seen through everything." The Feng King was silent for a moment and said, "Feng Ping really came?" "Should be. When extermination left, did Feng Ping sneak into the crowd?" "Most likely." The Feng King looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. "How brave! If that's the case, you knew that Feng Ping might have snuck into the crowd, but you didn't care and let him go?" Li Zhu laughed. "Feng King, Li Zhu wants to live. If it were you, what would you do? Stop him or not?" If he stopped, extermination would not listen. He thought that Li Zhu was determined to let Feng Ping go. If he didn't stop him and Feng Ping left, there would be less trouble in the imperial city. Moreover, no one was willing to listen to Li Zhu. Gu Luo went to stop him, but no one cared. What else could he do? The Feng King's apparition looked at him deeply. After a while he said slowly, "If anything happens to extermination, I will settle it with you." "Lord Feng King, you must be joking." Li Zhu said slowly, "I've done everything I could. Moreover, whether it was Feng Ping or not is just a guess. There's no proof. Extermination also has Lu Wushan and a few powerhouses to protect him. Why must you vent your anger on me, Feng King?" The Feng King said nothing. Li Zhu laughed again. "Lord Feng King, you should go to the battlefield to take a look in case something happens." The Feng King said calmly, "If I go now, I'm afraid I'll enter the battlefield. Moreover, I'm also thinking, is it Feng Ping's doing, or is it someone else? Extermination has my avatar to protect him. Even if Feng Ping really appears, he might not be able to do anything." Li Zhu smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe. The Feng King saw this and said nothing more. In the next moment, the apparition disappeared. After the Feng King left, Tian Yu's avatar appeared and said, "Will Feng extermination die?" "I don't know." "What about Hua Yu and the rest?" "I don't know." "What about Ji Yao?" "I don't know either." Li Zhu laughed. "Lord Tianyu, Li Zhu isn't a god. How can I control everything? I can only say that everything is up to the heavens. I only care about the imperial court's matters, and I can't do anything else." Tianyu sighed and said after a long time, "If Feng extermination, Hua Yu and the rest die, the Feng King and the rest will probably vent their anger on you. Then, I hope that you can protect them." Li Zhu laughed. "They didn't die in my hands, so what can I do?" Tianyu went silent for a moment before saying, "I'm thinking, can you really unify God continent?" "I don't know. I've cultivated for thousands of years. Maybe I made the wrong bet this time," Tianyu murmured, and his figure disappeared. Li Zhu waited for it to leave before laughing and shaking his head. Since he had made the bet, there was no need to hesitate. How could he continue walking the true king path if he hesitated? "You're old," Li Zhu murmured. He didn't say anything else and continued watering the tree of life. The king battlefield. Fang Ping didn't know that Li Zhu didn't release any information in secret. He just told the Feng King that he might have blended into the crowd. Right now, Fang Ping couldn't care less. The moment he entered the king battlefield, Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. This was a good place. Here, there was no true king watching him. There were no origins, powerhouses following him. In front of him, a large group of rank 7 martial artists gathered. When they saw Fang Ping enter, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness!" Fang Ping swept his gaze around and asked darkly, "Where are they?" "Reporting to Your Highness." Qin Fengqing and the rest appeared 800 arcs to the south. "What about now?" "Now, a bunch of trash." Fang Ping cursed and shouted, "Trash! How many of you are carrying divine weapons? Step forward." Everyone looked at each other. Soon, including the people Fang Ping brought, there were about 100 martial artists. More than 50 of them stepped forward. Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, "All of you, follow me." The rest of you split into 2 teams. Each team will go in one direction and search along the boundary wall. I will bring people and march straight in, forcing them to the end of the boundary. When that time comes, we will surround and kill them together. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Ji Yao and the rest who had entered behind him and said, "Ji Yao, what arrangements do you have for your people?" Ji Yao looked at the people from Destiny Royal Court. Before she could speak, Fang Ping said again, "Why don't you and I go together? Let the peak commander-level martial artists and the martial artists with divine weapons stay behind to protect us. The rest of us will go in both directions and search together." Ji Yao pondered for a moment and said, "All right. However, Feng Nieshing, you don't have the right to order me around." This time, if it wasn't for Fang Ping smiled and said, "Of course. If that's the case, then do it quickly to avoid wasting time." They did not delay any further. Fang Ping left about 20 people to guard the entrance. There were about 160 people from the 2 royal courts. There were 2 teams on the left and right. Each team had about 30 people. As for Fang Ping and Ji Yao, they led the mighty group of more than 80 people in a straight line, heading straight for the end of the battlefield. After walking for a while, Fang Ping suddenly scolded, "A bunch of idiots? Take out your divine weapons and hold them in your hands. As martial artists, don't you understand this? Once the battle starts and the divine weapons appear, the delay is enough for all of you to die." Everyone was speechless. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, but they were cursing in their hearts. Feng Nieshing had gone crazy again. It only took an instant for divine weapons to appear from the Sanjiao Gate. Yet there were so many problems. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. A rank 9 divine weapon-long halberd appeared in his hands. Many people were envious. Beside him, Jiao gave him a look and sneered without saying a word. Fang Ping humphed. You don't have to. I don't expect you to participate in the battle either. Just don't get captured. Ji Yao glanced at him coldly. Feng Mieshing had been going overboard recently. Although Feng Mieshing was savage before, he was not as arrogant as he was now. Fang Ping did not look at her. Right now, Fang Ping was thinking about how to get rid of this group of people. There were too many of them. There were 80 of them. If his identity was really exposed, even though his golden body was powerful, he would not be able to withstand so many people joining forces. I'll have to create some accidents along the way and continue to disperse these people. I'll have to defeat them one by one. Fang Ping thought to himself. His mentality had already probed outwards. He was ready to look for a monster's nest and start a war with them. There were many chaotic monsters in the king's battlefield. When the war started, he could fish in troubled waters.